forward. That is truly, truly a sign of respect to all of us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to go through some housekeeping matters before we start officially. Again, we are looking directly at our program. And from now until 9 o'clock, when the Honorable Prime Minister arrives, then we will go into the formalities. If there is anything that any of the delegates would like, especially when you are in this particular room, please raise your hand. We have our team from the Ministry of Women and Community and Social Development who will be most happy to help you in any capacity. And of course, our team of liaison officers that you all know by now, their names. So if there's anything that you would like, please inform us and we will make sure that we will try our best to cater for your needs and wants. This is a reminder that comes very strongly from the Ministry of Health. We have a dengue fever outbreak going in the country. So we are asking all of you, please, to make sure that you have your insect repellents to use that, and we will try and make sure that we also provide some for all of our teams and our delegations. But if you should not be feeling well, please inform us immediately, and we will make sure that we will also cater towards that need as well. For this particular part of our program, again, it has been a pleasure to see and meet with many of you last night, and especially as we continue to build into our program. Once again, my name is Chris Hazelman. I am the CEO of the Ministry of Education and Culture. This particular program, as far as hosting for Samoa is concerned, is a collaboration with the Ministry of Women, Community and Social Development, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Justice, all coming on board to ensure that we are hosting this to the best level that we are able to host this. And of course, again, we're wanting to make sure that if there are any needs, please make sure to let us know. The whole idea of these next few days is to dialogue, is to communicate. And we hope to really generate discussions. And that is something that we would make sure that all countries are prepared, and especially in their interventions. Honorable Ministers, again, you have all been briefed on the timeline of that. And then, of course, when we actually get into our open sessions, again, we would also welcome any discussions moving our issues forward throughout these coming days. With that, we will just sit back and relax for a couple of minutes upon the arrival of the Honorable Prime Minister, and then we will go into our formalities. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. and gentlemen, someone has left their phone outside in the registration. If you're missing your phone,
This story is the story of Joshua, who continues the journey of the Israelites, the ancient Israelites, towards the promised land. Moses has ended his quest, and Joshua has continued this for the Israelites towards the land that God has promised them. The land where there's a lot of honey and a lot of benefit and blessings for his people. So when they get to the river Jordan, which is on the other side of this land, God said to Joshua, he said to him, when you get to that place, tell the people that when you see the Ark of the Covenant coming through, prepare the way to cross the Jordan. It's not a simple crossing. There's no bridge. There's nowhere that they can get across. So the amazing part of this story is the miracle that God did for his people. When the people of the Israelites, when they saw the Ark of the Covenant, they prepared, packed up their tents in the millions, and they prepared to cross the grounds. The amazing part of this story is once the feet of the Levites, who actually carried the ark, once it touched the water parted, and the people crossed over on dry land. Everyone gathered here today, this is a reminder for us all that we need to follow God. The work that we do for our children, the early child development, as we are all here today, our children will be amazed when they learn. 0 to 3 years old, 0 to 8, as some say, it's a very important part of our children's development. Research actually says that from 0 to 3, 80% of a brain for a human, correct me all the physicians here, but 80% of the human brain has been formed. So it's very important, this part. Now, when you think of our children, they, at this age, from 0 to 3, they like to touch, they like to taste, they like to smell, they like to see and hear at this age. I'm not sure about the Pacific, but I know in Samoa, a lot of these kids, the parents go, ula vale le tama, ula vale le teine. But our children are just learning. So when they learn, when they realize they touch daddy's glasses and they go, oh, it's a glass, let me taste it. When they realize that it's a set of glasses, they get amazed. Woo! They look for it and they can see. This is the work that we all do around the world, in the Pacific, in Samoa, and in our families. It's for the benefit of our children. So forums like this, from around the world and around the Pacific, we're all working for the common goal of helping our children be amazed at learning. May God bless us all. God bless this forum, all the dignitaries around the world and in the Pacific, and bless us all with the work that we do. We are all amazed of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, who God sent the embodiment of his love. He died and rose victoriously so that we are all saved through his love. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we seek your blessings upon us all. And as we have heard your word this morning, we pray, Lord, to bless the work upon us. Bless our children, bless our families, and bless our countries. May you bless the Pacific, Lord, and all the work that we do for our people. And bless our leaders as we have gathered here today. And then through the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Whaftai lau sunga na whawhengainga mo le tātou inga mo le tātou whaftai i nei tai au
tau ia whaafonga le tua i le tātou viinga ma le tātou whaftai a wā le whaamoemoe o nei tai au. On behalf of all of us gathered here this morning, we extend our sincere appreciation to Reverend Alsana Malamo for the blessings that he has called to God for, and especially as a kind reminder of why we are here and the work that we are trying to do. So on behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister and the government of Samoa, we have prepared a small mealofa, a gift for the good Reverend. We go on to the next part of our program. I've been given a very long script of which I'm going to use the discretion of the MC and not follow it. And I will now move on to the next part. The very first words of the Honorable Prime Minister when she arrived, why am I by myself on the stage? And so I would like to call the children who have been selected to please come forward to sit with the Honorable Prime Minister on the stage. Good morning. Yeah, come. Yeah, so there's a step on this side. Come. What about a round of applause for the children? We tried our very best to make sure that we have a good representation of children from around the Pacific. And if they're not from the actual part where they're pretending to be from that part of the island, so of the Pacific. All right, so we now move on to the next part, and it is with great pleasure that I invite the Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa, Fionga Fiame Naomi Mtaafa, to address us. Fionga.
Reverend Dr. Alsana Palamo, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegation, the Deputy Secretary General of Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, and our guests of honor this morning, boys and girls. Talo falava and very warm Pacific greetings. It is an honor for Samoa to host this forum for the first time. We are pleased to welcome the highest level of leadership from our countries, institutions, as well as organizations, because your support and presence reflects the growing prioritization of early childhood development across our Blue Pacific region. Today, we are not simply opening another meeting. We are here to honor our greatest legacy, our children. The theme, our children, our heritage, Blue Pacific resilience through ECD leadership, serves to remind us that our children are not passive recipients of care or policy, but that they are culture bearers, climate actors, and the heartbeat of Pacific resilience. This forum represents a turning point in our Pacific story, a collective reaffirmation that the future of our region begins with the well-being, identity, and protection of our youngest citizens. Since the 2017 Pacifica Call to Action, and most recently the 2023 ECD Forum in Nandi, We have walked together through natural disasters and economic uncertainties, yet never losing sight of this shared commitment. In Samoa, in February this year, we launched the Samoa National ECD Framework, 2024 to 2034, a historic and whole-of-government pledge to invest in children from conception through to the early years. This framework, endorsed by Cabinet, integrates health, education, protection, nutrition, parenting, and inclusion, and is grounded in culture, faith, and our village governance. Regionally, Samoa has contributed to the elevation of ECD within Pacific policy architecture, where ECD was endorsed in the 2024 Triennial Pacific Women Ministers Communique. It was highlighted in the Pacific Youth Ministers Meeting outcome, featured prominently in our CSW 69 statement to the UN, and continues to shape our regional economic and resilience agendas. These are not just technical milestones, but cultural shifts, representing our collective will to shape a Blue Pacific where ECD is foundational to gender equality, climate justice, and economic stability. But perhaps our greatest achievement is not in declaration, but in acknowledging and listening to the voices that matter. Today, Samoa and UNICEF Pacific will host the inaugural Pacific ECD Summit for caregivers and frontline workers. For the first time, the region will hear from those who carry our children through daily life: the grandmothers, fathers, teachers, health workers. Tomorrow, you will hear their collective voice. And I urge you, listen not with policy ears, but with ancestral hearts. The work ahead for all of us is from call to action. I emphasize, this is not the time for polite consensus, but for bold decisions. Let us use this forum to embed language, identity, and cultural knowledge into every ECD setting. Infuse climate adaptation and environmental awareness into every curriculum and caregiving approach. Sustain the work of PRC4 ECD with long-term political and financial commitment. I would like to close my remarks with a reminder that I had shared in 2023. If we change the beginning of the story, we change the whole story. Let this forum be a space of brave conversations and honest listening. May your Talanoa be rich with wisdom, and may the voices of our children be the compass that guides every dialogue. And why? Because in the end, it is not only what we build for them, but what we build with them that will endure. It is now my great pleasure to declare the 2025 Pacific Early Childhood Development Forum officially open. Soifua.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister, for addressing us and for the inspiring words of encouragement, and especially to challenge our forum in what we hope to achieve at the end of these next few days. We now move on to our first session, but I would like to invite the Honourable Prime Minister to take her seat at the table with all the other ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first session. And this session is going to be led by the children themselves. It is the children Talanoa, I am a Pacific child. It's the main reason why we have traveled afar. It's the main reason why we are here. And it is to listen to the voices of our children in what they expect from us and in our role as leaders of our respective countries. With that, I would like to call our facilitator for this discussion, our UNICEF ambassador, Moimoana Safato Shwenki, to lead us in this session. Thank you.
Talofa lava and resilient Pacific greetings to Reverend Alessandra, Honorable Prime Minister Fiona Fiome Naomi Mata'afa, our honorable ministers and leaders present and all community here. It is my great honor to welcome you to our Children's Talanoa, I Am a Pacific Child, and we begin our ECD forum on a high, listening and centering the most important voices, our children, our future leaders. We are not only here to speak about the children, but listen and truly hear from them today. These young voices are just aged 6 to 8 years old, and they come from across our Pacific region. They may be young, but they hold an immense amount of creativity, clarity, ideas, and dreams for the future they hope and wish for in the Pacific. So it is my great honor and joy to introduce them. We have some short bios so that you can learn a little bit more about them. To my left, we have Leme Vaka. He is of Samoan and Tongan descent, and he's only 6 years old. His favorite color is green. And he lovingly connects to God through creation or the environment, and he is a calm and thoughtful spirit of both Samoan and Tongan culture. We also have Enosa. He's of Tongan and Tuvaluan descent, and he's 8 years old. Enosa is a lively and friendly child with big dreams of playing soccer for either Tonga or Tuvalu one day. He's known for his openness and his warm friendliness. Thank you, Enosa. We also have Farisiko. He is of Fijian descent. He is 7 years old. He is an adventurous soul who loves to climb trees, draw, spend time with his friends, and he also loves a good plate of baked beans, simple joys of island life. We have Nafanua. Nafanua is of Samoan descent. She's 7 years old. She was born in the Kiribati, but raised in Samoa and has ties to Siumu, Vauala, and Papasataua. She is a bold and curious mind, and she has a great love for maths and music, and you would have seen her in the sofa performance last night. Next, we have Rusila. Rusila is only 6 years old, and she is from Fiji. She is a bubbly and active young girl who enjoys baking with her mum, climbing trees with her friends. She loves to play hide and seek and enjoys teasing her big brothers. Then we have Jurisadai. He is from Samoa. He is 7 years old. He is from the beautiful villages of Mota'a, Falelatai, Saipipi, and Safune and Savai. He is in year 3 from the primary school Leamosa, and he loves to sing and draw. He is also the eldest grandchild. And we have Celestine. She is of Fijian and Rotuman descent. From Maduwata in Fiji and Malhaha and Rotuma. She enjoys reading and swimming, and her favorite color is purple. She is also an amazing artist. Angimalu, she is of Samoan and Tuvaluan descent. She is 7 years old. She has roots that stretch here and in Tuvalu, known for her vibrant personality and strong opinions. She loves to dance and sing, and she lights up any room that she enters. And last but not least, we have Darius. He is also of Fijian and Rotuman descent. He is 6 years old, a curious and creative boy who loves to read, draw, and swim. His favorite color is purple, and he loves to learn and play. Can we please give a big round of applause for our panelists? Okay, that's enough from me. We're going to hear from our children now. Our first question that they're going to share a little bit more about is, what is their favorite thing about their family? What makes their family so special? Okay? I'm going to pass the mic down to you. So the question is, what do you love most about your family? And then we're going to start with Leame Vaka to my left. Ready?
I love my family because they love me. Yep. I love my family because they always make me healthy and health clean. My family because they are good to me. I love my family because they buy things for me. I love my family because they keep me safe whenever we eat dinner. I love my family because they make me safe and they take care of me. Because they take care of me. I love my family because they care about me and they love me very much. Because I love my family because I love them so much.
Thank you for answering those questions. So the kids actually prepared drawings. We thought that art would really bring out their ideas and dreams. So we're going to speak about their drawings that they've done. The first drawing they did was what I love about my school the most. Remember that drawing? Yes. So we're going to pick out our pictures and they're going to explain what they drew and what they were thinking when they drew that picture. So the first one in my pile is by Angimalu. Angimalu, do you remember your drawing? Can you please share with the audience what you were drawing in this picture? What do you love about your school?
I love when my teacher teaches me math and I get to eat my lunch when it's lunchtime and I get to hang out with my friends.
Ah, very good. Thank you. So your favorite subject is maths?
Yes.
And is there anything hard at your school that you need help with?
Yes, there's a subject named Someone and it's hard for me.
Ah. What do you think will make that easier? Practice?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Angimalu. Thank you for your answer. Our next paper and drawing we have is by Leame Vaka. This is a very beautiful drawing. It's the front and also the back. Okay, you can share about your drawing. Tell us about this first side.
Means I drew a tsunami hitting land. And the trees are blocking the tsunami. Yes. Show some birds around here. Me. Just the entire universe.
The entire universe?
Yep.
So what planet?
Earth,
And
the sun,
nice. Why did you draw that?
because I like life.
Okay, big clap for. Okay, our next drawing we have is by the beautiful Rusila. Rusila, you have a mic there. What do you love most about your school that you drew on your paper? Maths? What do you love most about maths? I can see some different things here. Okay, say it one more time, Rusila, please. Okay, she said about weight. Which one is heavier and which one is not heavier? So you love that about maths, and I can also see addition and times table. Why do you love that?
Because it's easy.
Because it's easy. And what's your school in Samoa, Rusila? What's your school that you go to? Robert Louis? Robert Louis Stevenson School. Oh, very well done. Thank you, Rusila. Our next drawing is by Nafanua. Nafanua, can you share with us on the mic next to you? What did you draw on your paper?
Math,
Maths. Oh, so you love maths too. A lot of you love maths. What do you love about maths at school?
times tables.
Times table. And I can also see you drew something in red. What was that subject?
Psalm 1.
Psalm 1. That's another favorite subject. Why do you love learning Psalm 1?
Because we are going to decorate a flower.
Okay. Is there anything else that you love about your school?
No, that's it.
That's it. Okay, thank you, Nafanua. And we have Sharishadai's drawing. Can you please share what you drew in your picture with Nafanua?
I draw my school.
Okay. What's your school?
The school is in Savai.
Oh, whereabouts? Where did you go to school in Savai?
Because I love going there.
What's your favorite memory from school?
Learning.
Learning. And what's your teacher's? Do you remember your teacher's name?
My teacher is my Nana.
So it was extra special. Thank you, Shaddai. Perfect. Very nice drawing. Okay, and our next drawing is by Enosa. Do you remember this one? Okay.
I draw my teacher, and I draw maths, and I draw the students. It's hard to do science. No. Practice.
Thank you. Okay, Farasiko, this was your drawing. Remember? Can you please share with us?
I love some pencils, and that's my friend. And I love science, and the only thing I love about maths is the times tables. I went to school at Samoa.
What's hard at school?
It's maths.
And what would make it easier at school?
Playing with my friends.
Darius, it's your turn. Can you share what you drew in your beautiful picture here? What did you draw?
I draw Kairos and Talamai and me and my dad.
Oh, you drew you, your dad, and your mum? Did you say your mum? And what's your favorite thing about school?
Sonic.
Sonic. Is Sonic a cartoon? Does Sonic have powers? Superpowers? Oh, does he help save people?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, thank you. All right, Celestine, in a nice big voice, can you share about your artwork? What's your favorite thing about school?
My work.
Okay, and what's the different drawings here?
It's my subjects.
Subjects. Maths. Why is maths important for kids to learn? It helps them with life.
Yes.
And English, you also like English?
Yes.
Writing or reading?
Reading.
Reading. Okay. Anything else about school you like?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Celestine. Did everyone have a turn? Nafanua, did you? What's your favorite thing and what did you draw in this picture? I think you drew soccer. Are you another soccer player? Okay, thank you. I think you had 2 papers in this pile. Can everyone give them a big round of applause for that one? I think we're warming up. We're getting more and more talkative. So we actually have one more artwork that each of them drew, and this artwork was about what they want to see in the future of the Pacific. A lot of them drew very beautiful artwork, so please, when you say your answers, sit up straight, big loud voice, and try and remember everything you were thinking when you were drawing your beautiful pictures. First up, we have Angimalu. Angimalu, what were you thinking? In the future of the Pacific, you want it to look like this.
Yes.
Tell us, what is it?
They're mountain of a lot of birds and a rainbow.
Yeah, and everything looks colorful
Yes.
and beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. This is a very pretty picture.
Thank you.
Okay. Lemevaka, this is your one. Tell us what you drew.
I draw the Pacific of the future. In the
Is this an ocean?
Yep.
Tell us.
There's somebody driving on a boat coming to land, and some trees, and some birds and the sun.
And sand?
Yep.
It all looks very beautiful.
Yep.
So nothing's dirty.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Everyone keep that for you. You okay? All right, Rusila, what did you draw in your artwork here? Is it the land or is it the ocean?
Ocean.
Okay, and what's in the ocean?
Sharks and fishes.
And they're all swimming together. There's a lot of sharks and fish. Have you swam in an ocean like this one? No. Okay, thank you very much, Rusila. Okay, Farasiko, tell us what you drew in your picture. With your mic. Big loud voice.
I drew some mountains and a sun and some birds and a sand and some valleys and a tree and some fishes in the water
Is this in Samoa or Fiji?
in Samoa.
Have you seen a beautiful place like this?
I think so.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, very well done, Farasiko. Thank you. Darius, what do you want your future in the Pacific to look like?
I drew a fish and a shark and I draw my friend. Shh. And I draw a tree, and yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I draw
Do you have a best friend at school?
yeah.
And who is the other man above you?
Jesus.
Jesus. Ah, that's very nice. Darius, do you pray?
Yes.
Yeah. When you need help, or every day do you pray before you eat? When you go to sleep?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Darius. Nice artwork. Celestine, what do you want your future in the Pacific to look like?
I want the ocean to be clean.
Nice. And is this a sunrise or a sunset?
Sunset.
Yeah, I've seen one like this before. I also see there's animals. You want lots of sea creatures?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, big clap for Celestine. Next we have Enosa. Enosa, what do you want your future in the Pacific to look like?
I draw a fale Samoa and coconut trees and mountains and birds and a sun.
And have you seen a place like this before? Yeah? Is it clean or is it dirty? Does it have rubbish? No,
Not all the time.
not all the time. Okay, thank you, Enosa. Very good job. And Nafanua, this is your artwork. Can you tell us what you want your future in the Pacific to look like? Did you draw nature?
Yes.
Okay, what is the blue one?
The sea.
Sea, and the orange? Or the
Sand.
Sand. And I can see some people. Is that you and your family or your friends?
Friends.
Friends, lots of friends. And I see you wrote you want new plants, new people, old people too.
Doubts.
Yeah, okay, good girl. Thank you, Nafanua. So that was their artwork about what they want their future of the Pacific to look like. And I think we all saw that there's a common thread. They all draw the environment, and they want an environment that is vibrant in color, that has a lot of animals and wildlife, and that they have their family and their friends close to them. Yes? You did really well. Good job, kids. Thank you. Actually, now is a time where we open up the floor to any of our honorable leaders or ministers. If you would like to ask any questions to our kids, or if you have any words of encouragement for them. So I open the floor if any of you have a question to ask. Oh, yes. From the Federated States of Micronesia, Honorable Minister.
Good morning, beautiful children. Thank you so much. I wanted to know, what is it that you want to be when you grow up? We ask that question all the time, so if you can answer that, we'd like to know. Thank you.
So the question is, what do you want to be when you grow up? So I'm going to start here. What do you want to be?
When I grow up?
Yeah.
A farmer?
A farmer? Yep. Okay. Okay. And Osa? What do you want to be?
I want to be a soccer player. I want to be a doctor and a rugby player.
What do you want to be, Nafanu? She wants to be a doctor. Nice. Rusila?
Just a doctor.
Oh, one more time. Say that one more time, Rusila.
I want to be a scientist and a doctor.
Wow. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a policeman and a singer.
Oh, wow. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be an artist.
Ah, beautiful. Angimalu, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Teacher and a singer.
A teacher and a singer. Nice. Darius, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I'm playing with my dad.
On the planes? A pilot? Oh, nice. Very nice. Hopefully that answered your question. Does any of you have anything to say to our ministers or our Prime Minister? Shaddai, do you have anything to say to our Prime Minister? Via me? No, not at the moment. Okay, we can open the floor again to maybe 2 more questions from our honourable leaders. Hi, kia ora ana.
Good morning to you all lovely and beautiful children. I don't have a question, but I'm just admiring the courage that you are all here and you presented very well. I just remember my time at your age. I'll be crying up on the stage. So I'm hiring to thank the organizers for bringing this as an opening for this important forum. So keep up with all your dreams, and we look forward to seeing you all as doctors and other areas in life, scientists and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mei taki ma'ata. Well done, kids. Okay, we open the floor to 1 more comment or question from our ministers. Thank you. From the beautiful islands of Kiribati. Can you hear? Yes.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I noticed that you had lots of ideas about the environment. Okay, I'd love to know what you think we can do to protect the environment together. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So what can we do to protect the environment? How can we be heroes to save our environment? Okay, I'm going to start with you. Emevaka, how can we save our environment? Us, the kids, and everyone here.
Plant more trees. And pick up more rubbish from the sea. And grow some more fruits. Fruits.
How can we save our environment?
Don't cut trees and eat healthy food.
Pick up rubbish on the ground and then putting in the rubbish. And don't waste oxygen from the trees. By making it healthy. Eat healthy food. Don't throw rubbish into the ocean. By planting more food and trees and flowers and plants.
We should not litter and we should not waste the water.
Because I can eat steaks with Dad and broken steaks.
All right, very well done, kids. Thank you so much for your sharing. Just to make sure no one else has anything to say. Any more comments? Or we're done? We are done for the day. We did it. Oh, Angimalu? Is there something else? Okay, say it while you have the chance. Oh, yeah. Try again, one more time. Oh, try with the mic beside you.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers, for paying attention and listening.
Yes, thank you everyone for listening. When we invest in our children, we invest in a stronger Pacific, and I hope you keep their thoughts and ideas in mind for the rest of our ECD forum. Whaftaitele lava, and all the best with your meetings today. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give a big round of applause to our young children here. There's nothing better than to get the answers straight from innocent minds and voices. And I think we can go straight into the outcomes document. They have pretty much given us what we should be looking at into the future. It is, as the Honorable Minister from Cook Islands has mentioned, very intimidating to be sitting in front of the Prime Minister and ministers across the Pacific and all of these adults. And I'm sure we all appreciate the courage that these young people have shown. So why not show our appreciation one more time for the presentations. I like the young man next to Moana, very nonchalant. And when he says his answers, it's just straightforward. Yeah, that's it, yeah. All right, we have, again, I am not following the script and I'm not going to follow the agenda. It has been so much to absorb what the young people have given us. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall go straight into morning tea. Have a cup of coffee, absorb and think of what these young people have given us, and therefore start to blend and mold what we hope to present in the next sessions moving forward. So ladies and gentlemen, in the same manner that we started, 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock, morning tea, half an hour is half an hour. So please make your way, we will have our morning tea just outside, and please bring your coffee back inside, and then enjoy our talanoa moving forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you can walk down this way. Ladies and gentlemen, may the gentleman that I gave brilliant performance from young people from the Sulfa music group. This particular program is a program that tries to blend the richness of classical and contemporary sounds. Sulfa proudly presents Pacific identity, culture, and aspirations. We have asked Sulfa if they could grace us one more time and perform for us for the beginning of this second half of our morning. So ladies and gentlemen, may you please put a warm welcome to our Sulfa performers. I now feel like the MC on The Sound of Music, calling out the Von Trapp and they don't come. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sulfa performers.
Healing is a journey where we travel from something broken into something anew. This journey is all about learning how to solve our past mistakes to be better for the future, not just for the sake of ourselves, but also for our loved ones. And this journey will make us stronger and smarter than how we ever were before, because we are now healed.
The future is more a riddle than an unanswered question. A riddle so unpredictable and your guess too risky. But it will be answered as long as you walk on. Don't give up, the answer lays in your hands. But even if you answer wrong, it doesn't determine everything else. You can move on and you can forget. Mistakes can be forgotten, but lessons can be learned.
Education is the key to our success. It is our right to education, but it is our parents' choice to assure that we go to school. It is also our environment that encourages to learn knowledge and learn skills. It is also our environment that makes us fail in the classrooms. Parents must decide wisely.
Faith. Faith is what unites us. Practicing faith in our families through prayers and studying the Word of God can help young children to build a strong foundation upon the Lord and to be able to rely on Him and not to their own strength. Teach them to trust in God and believe in themselves, and they will be able to achieve everything they want to accomplish in life.
Lumanai, fia fia, lumanai, fia fia, fataua. Tau singa ole mafafau manuia, fataua. Tau singa ole mafafau manuia, moso lumanai, fia fia. Lumanai, fia fia.
Ladies and gentlemen, Solfa, another big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for your beautiful singing. If you listen very carefully to the song, it was talking about a happy future, Lumanai Fia Fia, and that's coming from the voices of our young people. We strategically asked for the performance to be immediately after morning tea, because after having a cup of coffee and something to eat, it's very difficult to try and get back into the mode of listening. And therefore, we have asked the choir to come in and sing for you to capture and bring the message to bring us back to why we are here. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next session. And the next session is basically taking stock of our ECD journey since 2017 and our 2025 Pacifica Call to Action Status Report. This particular session will be led by our PRC for ECD Steering Committee co-chairs. I now call upon Loau Donina Va'a, the CEO of the Ministry of Women, Community and Social Development here in Samoa, and Mrs. Abika Adjan Madsen, Deputy Chief Secretary of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I now call upon them to please make their way to the stage, and they will lead us in this next session. After.
Is there a presentation?
The early years shape a child for life. From the very beginning, a child's brain builds more than 1 million new connections every second, shaped by the love, care, and attention that surrounds them. Ta'alofa lava, I'm Wemwana Safato Ashwenki, UNICEF Pacific Regional Ambassador. Here in the Pacific, we know it takes a village to raise a child. So UNICEF visited families across our islands to listen to how parents are helping their children thrive from the very start. Our journey begins in Vanuatu.
You look red flower and tapia. Emi nice. Yes, you like him. Kilion emi kat 9 manis. That's the time, emi the best time where emi start learn now, emi start developing brain blehem.
A child's brain grows fastest in the first 5 years of life. Talking, reading, and singing to children helps their minds to grow.
Kaya emi very important lo by. You as a parent, you must read plan de with them pikinini play you emi improve him learning blame.
Children learn through play, through love, through the small everyday moments. These early experiences help shape how children think, how they solve problems, and how they build relationships throughout their lives.
Kilian emi like him play plan de. Suppose you interact with them, emi like him play with them you plan de. Laugh, suppose you make them fun with them.
See them gently falling, find them right away. Yes, you like them?
Across the ocean in Fiji, we hear how good food and everyday care helps young minds and bodies to grow well.
We can use it for soup, stew. We take this part out, put it back in soil, and it grows. Sinile besar nango na mundo la ko taon nile bulia minakakana ratu mi taon ondo ban tak ngana kautea mo pakanira kinaluben.
In the first 1,000 days of life, good nutrition is more than food. It builds strong bodies and even stronger minds.
Untuk paksangkara bertunu luben guna tutukan na balanced diet. Na dosile bertunu bale na kakandunda na minto baku ko tekerto. Dosile telang bertu sana na kokon bertu na embulum-bula kinan bertu bakasama.
Good nutrition lays the foundation, but so does our culture. In Samoa, we learn how songs, language, and traditions connect children to their roots.
Ia pela ia o olfale ia kele o me vele va makangaka
May say ay ka makua I kung fale yela ko lo expect ya ka makua ma yela ko lo le vaula ko uso makua ngang. Ya faso solo me lo la lo las cons nga opese pese nga fo ngale fia ya la ko ma.
Culture is at the heart of a child's sense of self. It builds identity and belonging and gives strength and confidence to step into the world. Science tells us what our cultures have always known. The earliest years matter most. By nurturing our children with love, care, and connection, we shape not only their future, but the future of our islands.
Hello. Testing, okay. Yeah, Fatalo Fatu, warm Pacific greetings. Before we get into this with my partner in crime here, and we're not pretending, we have met lots of times and connected and collaborated, so there's no pretension here, right? Right. Yeah.
Right.
But I think, you know, in addressing any problem, it is super important to go to the source of the problem. It's the only way you can address and sustainability comes into effect. So with that, I wanted to just share a wee bit about the song that you just heard Sulphur actually perform. I think it's very important because it's very meaningful. It is actually saying the lyrics and all that in Samoan, saying to value mental health and well-being. Now that song, those lyrics came last month on the 12th and 13th of April from 38 young boys in Savai'i between the ages of 12 and 17. It was a collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Women and the Ministry of Education, where they brought the young boys for a Talanoa session. And those lyrics came from the hearts of the boys themselves. So I just wanted to give a round of applause to those boys. They're in Savai'i, they couldn't come, but we acknowledge them. Whawhtai te le lava. But warm welcome to everyone, and as well as to Abika, my friend from the Republic of Marshall Islands. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence today.
And komol tata to you, and we say yakwe from the Marshall Islands. And I will proceed with, are we ready with the, just a little bit.
Thank you. So some of you may be familiar with the Pacific Regional Council for Early Childhood Development, but for many as well, this may be your first introduction. So we'd like to take this opportunity to share the Council's journey over the past decade and highlight some of the key messages and progress that we've made together so that we can all be on the va'a together. The Pacific Regional Council for ECD and the Pacific Call to Action are closely aligned with the global goals such as the SDGs, as well as key regional strategies, including the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Established following the 2017 Pacific ECD Conference, the PRC for ECD serves as the official coordinating body for the ECD in the region and is the custodian of the Pacifica Call to Action. It is the only intergovernmental coordinated mechanism for ECD in the world. This has nearly been a 10-year journey of learning, collaboration, and collective growth. And over this time, the Council has evolved into a very powerful platform for joint action in supporting of young children and their families, as you can witness in the room today with you leaders here.
What makes the PRC for ECD unique? The Council is truly groundbreaking. It brings together ministers and permanent secretaries across both finance and social sectors. A unique high-level political model and seen anywhere else in the world. Each of the 15 member countries is presented by at least 2 ministers, typically from finance and social sector, such as health, education, or social welfare, as well as their respective permanent secretaries. UNICEF is the secretariat. Our mission and evolution, that is BRC for ECD, represent a whole of government, whole of society approach to ECD, an approach endorsed by Pacific leaders. Our mission is to ensure every child in the Pacific, from conception to the start of primary school, has access to equality early childhood services. The Council evolved from the earlier PRC for ECE, which was education-focused. Following the 2017 Pacific ECD Conference and the 2019 Forum, we transitioned to a multi-sectoral council, formally adopting our terms of reference and expanding our mandate beyond education to include health, protection, and family support. The Council's roles in the region, the PRC for ECD supports the Pacific vision for a region of peace, security, inclusion, and prosperity, recognizing the foundational role of ECD in achieving these outcomes. We promote collaboration across government ministries, especially finance, education, health, and social welfare, as well as with civil society and development partners. Our 6 core functions include 1, regional coordination, reporting, 2, advocacy and high-level networking, 3, knowledge sharing and capacity building, 4, results and financing, monitoring, 4, results-based monitoring, 5, resourcing and financing, 6, quality assurance and standards. While our work is primarily regional, we also support country-level implementation by helping to establish our strengthened national ECD coordination mechanisms. The Pacifica call to action on ECD. At the heart of our work is the Pacifica call to action on ECD, endorsed by 15 Pacific Island countries in 2017. This action agenda includes 10 strategic priorities to ensure our youngest citizens are happy, healthy, and equipped to thrive. It emphasizes building on existing cultural, familial, and national strengths while promoting political momentum and solidarity for ECD. And while regional in nature, the PCA is designed to be adapted to each country's unique context, providing practical guidance to close gaps in health, nutrition, protection, care, and early learning. With this new set of slides, we will be sharing information on the status of ECD in 2025, according to the Pacifica Call to Action. This part of the presentation was prepared by Dr. Pamela Reed, who was not able to be here today in person to share this study. Dr. Reed is an experienced ECD researcher and consultant and has worked in more than 35 countries with UNICEF and other stakeholders, doing ECD research and evaluations, including as team leader on a global evaluation of UNICEF work in early childhood development and early childhood education. She wishes to thank each of you who took the time to complete the survey about your country, so we can learn about the amazing work the PICTS PICTs are doing for young children, their families, and communities. The purpose of this presentation is twofold: to summarize progress and results for the Pacifica Call to Action on ECD in 2025, which we will do here today in this presentation. And as you will see in the data we share today, there is a reason to celebrate. There is great progress on ECD in the region, thanks to all your hard work. So the second purpose of the presentation today is to recommend that countries endorse and commit to using a collective monitoring and evaluation framework for the Pacifica Call to Action on ECD. This will allow us to communicate your advancements to a wide range of audience and to track progress over time for evidence-based advocacy, resource mobilization, and program improvement. This study was supported by Government of New Zealand, the Pacific Regional Council for Early Childhood Development, and UNICEF. The research process involved conducting background research, including the previous assessment of the Pacifica Call to Action completed in 2022. Dr. Reed then revised and shared a survey with each of the 15 PICs to update the information and requested supporting documentation. She used this information to prepare the colorful country profiles to showcase the work of each PIC and the advancements made on the Pacifica Call to Action. She also prepared a policy brief, which is similar to this presentation. After the event, Dr. Reed will invite each country to a remote consultation so she can ask clarification questions about the information you shared and to confirm that the draft profiles are valid. She will then synthesize all the information to prepare a regional report that will include the final country profiles. The draft Pacifica Call to Action monitoring and evaluation framework that we are asking you to endorse and commit to using is on page 4 of your country profiles. Essentially, the framework includes indicators for all 10 actions of the Pacifica Call to Action and a rating scale from no progress to advance to track progress over time. Please keep this monitoring and evaluation framework in mind as we go through the results of each action, and in your country profiles, you can quickly see the definitions for the ratings on page 4. And where things stand for ECD on the same page, and through this very colorful wheel on page 1 of the country profiles that has your ratings. So now, let's get to the important business. The emerging findings from this study, Dr. Reed cautions that not all surveys have been received, so these findings may be updated in the final report. The emerging results for Action 1 to strengthen national systems on holistic ECD, the indicator assesses progress made on developing and implementing national multi-sectoral policy. And here the results are very impressive. In 2022, no multi-sectoral ECD policies existed. And most countries were in the drafting stage. In fact, 8 countries were drafting national multi-sectoral ECD policies. Now in 2025, 10 countries adopted national multi-sectoral ECD policies. And 5 of these were already being implemented, advanced stage in the diagram. Congratulations. Big couple to all of you. The emerging results for Action 2 is to incorporate ECD into national development plans. Here the results are also very impressive. In 2022, 12 countries had development plans, but no multi-sectoral ECD section was included. No progress plus emerging stages showing the diagram. Now, in 2025, we see that 11 countries have plans with a multi-sectoral ECD section established plus advanced stages in diagram. And 5 of these plans included a budget and indicators for monitoring to track progress, advanced stage. Congratulations, Jaraman. The emerging results for Action 3, which is to clarify the roles of different ministries as it relates to ECD. In 2022, 5 countries had multi-sectoral ECD coordination mechanism established, such as Technical Working Group, established and advanced stages. And 2 countries reported these mechanisms were functioning, advanced stage. Now in 2025, 9 countries have multi-sectoral ECD coordination mechanism. 7 are functioning. Again, congratulations. The emerging result for Action 4, to increase government investment for ECD. In 2022, 13 countries had not yet conducted an analysis of public expenditures for ECD. No progress in the diagram. Now, in 2025, 7 countries conducted the public expenditures analysis, emerging and established stages. And 3 countries have an ECD work plan linking sectoral budgets established stage. Congratulations, Imcharaman. The emerging result for Action 5, to improve coordination between government and civil society. In 2022, 4 countries had coordination mechanism with clear terms of reference established. Now, in 2025, 12 countries have have a coordination mechanism with clear terms of reference, established and advanced. 3 were functioning effectively, advanced. So I guess we have gotten better at communicating with each other. Congratulations, Jaraman. The emerging result for Action 6, to professionalize the ECD workforce. In 2022, 8 countries had ratings plans established and advanced, and 5 countries had implemented these plans with continuous pre-service and in-service training, advanced. In 2025, 12 countries have training plans established and advanced. 10 countries are implementing their plans with continuous pre-service and in-service training, advanced. Again, congratulations.
Whaftai tere lava abeka. Please, a big round of applause because it is congratulations indeed. Often ministers, CEOs, and the rest of the workforce, they don't see the great work that's actually happening. It's just like a machine until you actually get into the car and the car doesn't work or the car works very well. The car is working extremely well. Why? Because we're working together. And you can clearly see the differences from 2022 to date. So you must congratulate yourselves. The emerging results for Action 7 to support parents and communities. In 2022, 9 countries, Action 7, is that up there? Okay, 9 countries had some parenting programs. But in 2025, now 15 countries have parenting programs. 4 are multi-sectoral and 2 have national coverage. It's a huge difference here. And in terms of supporting for children with disabilities, 7 countries have an ECI service plan that has been developed for identifying and serving children with developmental difficulties. And some ECI services have been established. So we do know that there's still a bit of work to do here, but let's keep in mind that we must move forward in our discussions during this event so we can change this situation. The emerging results for Action 8, to strengthen monitoring systems. In 2022, 7 countries have very few ECD sectoral indicators tracked through sectoral data collection systems, so they were just emerging. But in 2025, 8 of the countries have a multi-sectoral ECD monitoring and evaluation system with a list of ECD indicators. So it says here, congratulations, use a local custom to hype up the crowd. I don't have my partner here to do that, so I'm just going to say, please turn to each other and say, you are doing very well. Whaftai tele lava. And we can do better. The emerging results for Action 9 to harmonize development partner support, because it's very important that we work with each other. In 2022, 4 countries had a donor coordination mechanism in place, with 2 countries reporting harmonized support. In 2025, 7 countries with a donor coordination mechanism, with 3 countries reporting harmonized support. And practically all countries have also got their local systems in place to support their children, because it's very important to be, not just to depend on donors, but to look at what we can do, because guess what? We have got existing mechanisms that we can actually utilize. So congratulations to all 15 countries. The emerging results for Action 10 to prioritize ECD for climate and emergency resilience, as you saw with the weather in the past few days. It's very crucial. In 2022, Action 10 was not included at all. In 2025, it's our baseline year for this indicator. Most countries are currently exploring how to implement this action. 10 countries are at an emerging stage. I know Samoa is actually reviewing their climate policy at this stage with the ECD lens through, but 2 countries have adopted and implemented at least one strategy to integrate ECD and climate policy in programs. 1 country has implemented more than one strategy, and this is why this type of platform is exceptional, because we can actually learn from each other. And then we can take this and us at the grassroots level can work with each other. Now let's turn to the key conclusions from these emerging finds. So one thing is actually quite clear. Actions have been advanced since 2022. Actions 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 saw the most impressive growth and progress. Action 4 saw some progress, but there are still opportunities to advance the government investment for ECD. And in summary, we saw substantial progress on the enabling environments for early childhood development, with 10 countries with multi-sectoral early childhood development policies adopted. 11 countries with national development plans that explicitly include early childhood development. In summary as well, we also saw substantial progress on systems strengthening early childhood development. 9 countries with multi-sectoral ECD coordination mechanisms established, 12 countries with coordination mechanisms between government, private sector, and civil society. Private sector is very important to be part of the picture. It's everyone's responsibility. I will add here government, private sector, civil society, and community sector. Thank you. 12 countries with plans for continuous training for early childhood development professionals being implemented. This is super important because to get quality service out there, we need good training, quality training for our professionals. We did see slower progress on the public financing for early childhood development. For some countries, only 3 countries conducted an analysis of public expenditures and have a multi-sectoral early childhood development work plan that links program financial needs with sectoral budgets. But I am seeing that most of the countries are actually going to go into emerging state on this. Most of the Pacific Island countries are currently exploring strategies on climate change resilience for early childhood development. 2 countries have adopted. So the recommendation from this study is twofold. Adopt and commit to using the Pacifica Call to Action Monitoring and Evaluation Framework every 2 years to monitor progress and results. Conduct a regional evaluation for the Pacifica Call to Action. These will be explained in greater detail along today. And I wanted to end with a selfish ask, one that isn't mine alone, but comes from every child who cannot speak in this room right now. As our Prime Minister says, this is not the time for polite talk. It's a time to be bold. So here it is. Children may be just a small percentage of our population today, but they are 100% of our future. If we don't prioritize them now, in budgets, in policies, in leadership, in Talanoa, we will be the ones to pay the price later. This isn't charity, it's strategy. And anything less is not a gap in service, it's a failure in vision. Let's be bold. Let's choose to lead for them. I thank you, distinguished delegates and our dear colleagues. Your hard work and support with completing the country's specific surveys all these months back have contributed to this impressive status of early childhood development updates for 2025. And we must remember that we have something very special. We are the only intergovernmental coordinated mechanism for early childhood development globally. And I'd like to thank, especially because it's coming to the end of our term as well, Abika. We have connected in the past over 3 years. Thank you very much for always picking up the phone at midnight when I kind of like don't get the times from here to RMI. And my 5 a.m. calls, it is for the children. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We now invite the Honorable Sashi Kiran, Minister for Women, Children and Social Protection, Fiji, as co-chair of the Pacific Regional Council for ECD to take the floor as moderator for our next session, where we will hear from the heads of delegation on their country's current priorities and achievements. Welcome, Minister Kiran. Yeah.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to say a big congratulations to our host, the government of Samoa, for hosting this event and for putting up a beautiful, very powerful spiritual and cultural welcome yesterday, and to the entire organizing committee who has developed the program and starting us off on a footing listening from the children. So huge vinaka vakalevu. Ni sambula vinaka, talofalava. I would also like to say thank you to Donna and Abeka for setting the stage for us and giving us the update, the progress we have made, but certainly a long way to go. Ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, the next session is an important one from what we've heard. It provides an important opportunity for each country to share reflections on their progress, priorities, and partnerships in early childhood development. And I would be inviting brief statements from respected heads of delegations and ministers who will help foster a shared understanding on how national efforts are aligning with regional goals and commitments under the PRC for ECD. I would invite the head of delegations to offer their high-level brief interventions, and particularly on the progress each of your country has made in ECD in recent years, your current national priorities for strengthening ECD, and how your country is working across sectors to support ECD. In what ways do your national efforts align with regional ECD goals and commitments, and support or collaboration your country would need to advance ECD? Each presentation, I request if it can be kept to 3 to 4 minutes so that we can give time to everyone. And I would like to first invite the Honorable Minister Vanetutia Rose Brown, Minister for Health, Internal Affairs and Agriculture and Superannuation from the Cook Islands, to lead us into this session. Vinaka.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Kia ora na tātou kātotoa, I te aroa rānu nui o tō tātou atu, ko Iesu Mesia. Māseri, rongo rumārua, I rawa ono. E api I te tamariki I te arata, e tika I aia kia aerera. E kia pakari aia, kāre e karuke I taua arata ara. Proverbs 22, verse 6, says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the Cook Islands delegation, I extend warm greetings and sincere appreciation to our Prime Minister, Fiame Naomi Mataafa, the Government of Samoa, and all our development partners, including UNICEF, for their continued dedication to advancing early childhood development in our region. The Cook Islands proudly reaffirms our commitment to nurturing the well-being, rights, and identity of our youngest citizens. ECD is not just a social responsibility, it is a cultural, environmental, and national investment in the resilience of our people. In partnership with CSOs, we have made significant progress through community-based programs to support children, mothers, and caregivers. These initiatives include free sessions on pregnancy, birth preparation, and parenting, as well as starting work on modernizing the childcare industry and expanding maternity leave provisions. We acknowledge our progress. We could recognize the need for stronger coordination and leadership. While the recently released Te Pito Manawa o Te Ano, our Cook Islands National Policy for Children 2025 to 2030 serves as an overarching framework. We believe it is time to develop a multi-sectoral ECD policy. And this policy will define roles, establish joint objectives, and incorporate a national monitoring and evaluation framework. Central to this approach will be our reo e te peo Māori, which is our culture, our language, which is our identity, ensuring that children grow up with a strong sense of belonging. Moving forward, we seek support in these areas to create and establish a national ECD policy, to strengthening ECD data and monitoring systems, scaling inclusive training via digital platforms to all our sister islands, which is our outer islands. And as Prime Minister Fiame has already stated, we also believe the voices of our children must lead our response. Supporting parents and listening to caregivers ensures our approaches are grounded in real need. And as the Minister of Health, of Internal Affairs and Agriculture, with the support of my Minister of Education here beside me today, and our delegation from the Cook Islands, we commit to leading early childhood development progress in the Cook Islands and ensuring this work reaches into the homes and classrooms of every child in our country. As we work together over the next few days, may we do so with the same bravery, vitality, enthusiasm, and honesty shown by our bold and courageous children this morning. While we try to teach our children about life, our children teach us what life is all about. Talofa, kia orana, e ke manuia.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, and thank you for covering a wide range, including culture and tradition. Next, I would like to invite Honourable Secretary Gardenia Isaac, National Department of Education from the Federated States of Micronesia.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. First of all, I'd like to give thanks to our Lord for his goodness and mercy, allowing us to be here today in beautiful Samoa. Honourable ministers, dignitaries, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I bring greetings to you from FSM, Kamarale, and my respect to all of you. On behalf of the FSM and our delegation, I would like to extend our thanks and appreciation first to the government of Samoa for hosting this forum, to the leaders, to the people of Samoa for your generous hospitality. Last night I was so amazed and impressed, even though I came in late and I apologize for that. I was so impressed with the presentations and this is my first time in Samoa, so I am just amazed at how beautiful everything is. Thank you so much, Samoa. I cannot move on without extending our sincere appreciation for those who coordinate this event, having, to communicate with many of us and probably not many of us responding as quick as we should. Thank you so much for ensuring that we get here safely and timely as we travel from faraway places. Thank you so much. I read in Chronicles 15:7, part of that scripture says, do not let your hands be weak, for your work shall be rewarded. When I read that scripture, I thought about those coordinating this event, as well as the work that we do in our region, in the Pacific region, for our children. Do not let our work be weakened. I'm so impressed at the progress that we have as we move forward. But for us in the FSM, we still have a long ways to go. We still have a lot of things to do for ECD. However, I am grateful and happy to share that as of today, the ECD policy for the FSM has been completed with the work and support of UNICEF, the National Department of Education, the state's Departments of Education, the Department of Health and Social Affairs, and the state Departments of Health and Services working together to ensure that the ECD policy for the FSM is complete. And so I am grateful to share that we finally have that policy in place. Thank you so much, UNICEF, for your great support. Recognizing that early childhood development requires a holistic approach, the FSM will integrate its ECD policy into broader strategic development plans, both at the national and state levels, as well as into sectoral plans. The Federated States of Micronesia is made up of many islands, as we all know. We all have the same situation, spread across the ocean, which creates unique challenges for delivering health and education services. This geographic spread makes integrating ECD into national and state policies particularly important to ensure all children have access to support. The FSM ECD policy will guide our efforts to ensure the FSM children are nurtured and thrive at home as well as in their communities. Although there has been close collaboration among stakeholders and the policy being shared with various groups, in the FSM, we still need to ensure there's buy-in from all levels of government and communities. ECD is not new, but for FSM, the focus has not been there. And so it is very critical for us, the Department of Health and Education, to champion the work and to take the lead with the work in ECD. And at the same time, we must ensure that there is ownership in the FSM from the grassroots level to all levels of government. We know that investments in early childhood development is vital to ensure both mother and child receive quality care, support, and quality early education. Studies have shown that children who receive quality care and early education are more likely to succeed in life and have better health outcomes. In FSM, the investments we put into ECD is not sufficient to address all the issues. And I ask for my colleagues, my partners, that we work together, we share, we communicate what we have been done in our different countries. In closing, I would like to ask on behalf of the FSM delegation that I'd like to say that we do support the work that we are doing for ECD, the future plans and so on. And we are here to learn from all of you, those of you especially who are advancing the work on ECD through the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations on your ECD policy. I would now like to invite a colleague, Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Rambindila Lambalavu, our Minister for Health and Medical Services from Fiji.
Distinguished Chairperson, honorable members of the Forum, Nisam Bulabinak. On behalf of the government and the people of Fiji, I extend our sincere appreciation to UNICEF Pacific for bringing the Pacific Regional for ECD Forum out of Suva for the very first time to beautiful Samoa. Fiji is happy to report that we have made progress in ECD, particularly with a multi-sectorial approach supporting national policies, technical working groups, and strengthening our collaborations with development partners. In May of 2024, the Fijian government passed the Fiji Early Childhood Care Services Policy and Regulatory Framework. The endorsement of this guidance note by the Fijian Cabinet was a critical step towards promoting safe and quality services for children, supporting working parents, and removing barriers to women's economic empowerment. Fiji also made a commitment at the first Global Ministerial Forum on Ending Violence Against Children to eliminate violence against children by 2027 through a comprehensive national strategy that upholds the rights and well-being of children. This involves working with government, civil society, and communities in a shared plan of action, reforming child protection and juvenile justice laws with a focus on prevention, family unity, and diversion over punishment, and raising the age of criminal responsibility to 14. Fiji also aims to strengthen civil society coordination, implement evidence-based prevention programs, support families through parenting initiatives, enhance safeguarding standards, and improve economic security for vulnerable families through strengthened social support and child protection allowances. Through our Ministry of Women, Children and Social Protection, Fiji is strongly committed to protecting the rights and well-being of children with disabilities. Through such laws, such as the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act of 2018, inclusive education policies, and support programs such as disability allowance, the government is working to ensure that all children with disabilities have equal opportunities, access to services, and full inclusion in society. In the health sector, Fiji launched its first Fiji National Early Childhood Development Policy of 2024 to 2028, a comprehensive framework that promotes children's optimal growth and development by nurturing care and early learning for all children from conception to 8 years old. In 2024, government allocated funding for ECD for the first time to the health sector towards implementing the National Early Childhood Development Policy. The Health Ministry is finalizing the appointment of the National ECD Coordinator, who will work with the established National ECD Advisory Committee to spearhead the organization, coordination, and monitoring of endorsed cross-sectoral ECD actions delivered by government agencies. The Ministry of Education established the Early Childhood Education Technical Working Group in 2021 that led the consultation process to review the 2013 Ministry of Education ECE policy priorities and strategies. In April of 2025, the Ministry of Education reviewed policies, was renamed and launched as the Pre-Primary Early Childhood Education Policy to better guide schools and organizations delivering pre-primary education programs for children who are 5 years of age. Through these efforts, the Fijian government is committed to strengthening its ECD policy and implementation to ensure that our children attain their maximum potential in growth, wellness, and prosperity in the future. I thank you, Chair. Naka.
Vinaka, Honorable Minister. May I now invite Kiribati, Honorable Minister Ruateki Tekeyara, Minister for Education from Kiribati.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to deliver a clear statement on behalf of my delegation. Early childhood development is a critical stage in the child's lifelong journey that requires urgent attention and prompt intervention if we want our children to be productive and resilient citizens of our blue Pacific continent. The theme, Our Children, Our Heritage, through Pacific Resilience through ECD leadership, is most fitting as it amplifies our significant role for our children, who will continue to build a beautiful and resilient region after us. Our Pacific children today are constantly at risk from all forms of threats, physical, social, emotional, and digital. It is therefore our utmost task as responsible ministers and leaders in our respective capacities to ensure that children are safe, protected, cared for, taught well, and loved, so they can fully realize their full potential and purpose later in life. Undertaking this multiple and fundamental task begins at home. That is our respective countries and particularly our ministries that have been entrusted with the children's education, health, welfare, and well-being. It is not an easy task, but we must start the long journey with a single step anyways. Kiribati has taken deliberate steps to advance ECD since September 2017. In October 2017, government enacted the Early Child Care Education Act that provides a regulatory framework for ECC services. In 2021, government endorsed a child protection referral pathway for reporting cases of child abuse, including child malnutrition and neglect. In 2022, the government also endorsed the Kiribati Early Childhood Development Policy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032 as a guide for implementing ECD activities to be carried out by key ministry stakeholders. This includes incorporating family life education in the school curriculum, providing training on family life education to young couples in several islands, including the outer islands and the young couple programs, providing training on positive parenting to parents and caregivers on best child rearing practices and the impact of awareness on child development, mainstreaming counseling in the education system, which involved the training for school counselors, key education personnel, and community members, developing the inclusive education policy to ensure equitable access to quality education for children with disabilities, developing the preschool curriculum and training of preschool teachers, conducting medical checkups at schools and immunization for diseases, and promoting nutrition and hygiene in schools. These activities are contributed significantly to achieving the Pacific Call to Action objective. The implementation progress for Kiribati is summarized in the outcomes of the survey conducted in April 25, last month. As indicated, Kiribati has made substantial progress in the first 8 actions, which generally focus on strengthening national ECD systems and coordination among stakeholders. However, Kiribati needs to improve progress on Action 9 and 10, which deal with harmonizing development partner support and prioritizing ECD for climate change and resilience. Our ECD journey to protect and nurture our youngest citizens is marked with both progress and profound challenges. The major challenge is our geographical dispersion of our 33 low-lying islands over a vast ocean of 3.5 million square kilometers, making implementation and reaching out to ECD stakeholders, especially in the outer islands, very costly. In addition, the indicators highlight the challenging realities that children born today in Kiribati will be only 48% as productive as they could be if they have full access to quality education and healthcare, according to the Kiribati Human Capital Index 2018. The infant and child mortality remain high compared to other Pacific islands and the world, mainly due to preventive illnesses such as pneumonia and diarrhea, which are linked to limited maternal health service, poor hygiene, and poor wash infrastructure. 92% of children aged 1 to 14 experience violent discipline at home, with 80% experiencing physical punishment, often considered a culturally accepted norm for managing behavior according to UNICEF Knowledge, Attitudes, and Practice Study 2019. The The KICS 2017 survey finding highlighted that many children under 5 in Kiribati do not meet the expected developmental milestone in health, learning, and emotional well-being. Despite the challenge, Kiribati remains committed to advancing the regional ECD goal, a future where all young children in the Pacific achieve their full potential. The regional goal aligns with all our Kiribati Vision 20 years with a wealth pillar on human capital development. Kiribati is also committed to fulfilling the Pacific goal to action. This is our wake-up call, as we cannot delay further the required actions. Fulfilling this obligation, collectively and individually, needs strong collaboration and partners with non-government organizations and different partners at both regional and national levels. Our ability to carry out the activities and work overcoming the challenge would not have been possible without the generous support from development and implementing partners. At the juncture, I would like to acknowledge the financial support provided by development partners and the UN agencies for the technical support towards the implementation of policies and ECD activities in Kiribati. With your tremendous support and guidance, we are able to progress with the implementation of our action plans this far at the national and regional levels. We look forward to continue working with you again on this important task for the sake of our children. In closing, I wish bestow upon all, especially our Pacific children, our traditional blessing, good health, peace, and prosperity. The Maori, the Rai, are the compassionate, perfect Telelawa.
Thank you, Honorable Minister from Kiribati. May I now invite Mr. Andy Kane, the Deputy Secretary of Ministry of Finance, on behalf of Honorable Minister Esterio Api, from Minister for Education from Nauru.
Mojoran. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Ministers and delegates. I begin by acknowledging the country host and thanking the organizers of this important gathering. It is a privilege to be here with you all. I am honored to attend on behalf of Nauru delegation who are unfortunately unable to travel due to parliamentary commitments back home. I bring their greetings and well wishes. It's not easy coming into Samoa. I had to face 2 delays back home. We had delay because there was a UXO had to be removed on the runway. So, and then another delay from Fiji. I guess everybody wanted to come to Samoa, so I'm glad that I'm here in Samoa. So thank you. Nauru remains strongly committed to improving the well-being of our youngest citizens. Early childhood development is a national priority, and we are proud of the progress reflected in our 2025 ECD profile. Our 2025 profile highlights gains in access to maternal and child health services, early learning programs, and strengthening of family and community support. While challenges remain particularly in nutrition and exclusive education, we are working to address these with targeted all-of-government strategies. We recognize that our progress would not be possible without strong collaboration within our nation and with our regional and international partners. We are grateful for the ongoing support from the development partners, regional bodies, and technical support experts who have been worked alongside on us on this journey. As the recent established social welfare, I hold the deputy secretary. We have programs that manage disabilities and age, and I believe this meeting will broaden our programs in my capacity as the Deputy Secretary for Social Welfare. So I'm happy to be here, and we'll be hearing from other countries and learning from your countries. Together, we are laying stronger foundations for our children's future. Nauru stands to continue sharing learning and working collectively with our Pacific neighbors. Thank you again for this opportunity to contribute and to be part of this important work for our region's youngest generation. Matoba, thank you all.
Thank you for that sharing. May I now invite Honorable Sonia Talangi, Minister for Education, Social Services and Health from Niue.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Ministers and colleagues, diplomatic and development partners, ladies and gentlemen, talofalava, falofalaiatu, and warm Pacific greetings to you all from our beautiful Niue. I praise God for his many blessings and for bringing us safely together. I sincerely thank the Honourable Prime Minister, Te Me Naomi Matawha, your government and the people of Samoa for your warm embrace, hospitality and exceptional care extended to myself and my delegation. Whauilahi o Wetulu. In 1915, Niue declared through the New Zealand Parliament, I am the island of Niue, a small child that stands up to help the kingdom of King George. 150 brave men left our shores to serve in the Great War. When the world sought peace, Niue stood up. Today we still stand, proud, ready to serve, ready to lead, but we are being left behind. And we are not alone. The Pacific is being left behind. We gather here with shared goals and regional solidarity, yet I must ask again, as I did at the Pacific Education Ministers meeting in Papua New Guinea, where is UNESCO? Where is this agency mandated to protect education, science, and culture? It's absent as we talk about climate change and our islands sink, taking with them our heritage, our language, and our right to thrive. Why aren't our implementing agencies more effective in addressing Pacific priorities? Poor coordination and communication at the interagency level continue to waste our time, our resources, and our hope. But we remain committed to engaging with you. We may be bombarded and over-consulted, but we are committed to serving our people. My people do exceptionally well, integrating international and regional priorities to be included at a national level. But as always, there is room for improvement to strengthen our partnerships to meet our national aspirations. It should not be at the expense of basic literacy and numeracy. In 2022, the Niue Assembly passed the Family Relationship Act, which strengthens our child protection, and our efforts to normalise autism and neurodiversity builds in momentum every year. And we are grateful to our partners from New Zealand for helping our children and their families. Moi moana, our families in the US send to you their love, and we look forward to you coming home to launch our inclusive education policy later this year. 30 years ago, Pacific Health Ministers dreamed of healthy islands, where children thrive, people age with dignity, and our environment is cherished. This vision must never fade. Our culture sustained us through economic hardships and the pandemic. Our stories, values, and knowledge are rich gifts to the world. And today we declare again, we are fighting not just for survival, but for a better world together as global citizens. In Philippians chapter 4, verse 13, we can do anything through Christ who strengthens us. Our rich heritage contributes to our beautiful, diverse world, our future. To our partners and agencies, the Pacific is calling for a resilient blue Pacific that honours our past and secures our children's future. Niue ke munuina, Pasifika ke munuina, Yehova heva aloto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Sonia. May I ask us to send our loving thoughts to Palau? Unfortunately, they could not be in this ECD forum to share their efforts, but I know they were planning to come. May I now invite Honourable Jason Peter Wahivia, the Minister for Community Development, Religion and Youth from Papua New Guinea.
Dabai Namana, morning to all Geta, and good morning, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, development partners from across the Pacific region. I'm honored to represent
Papua New Guinea at this important meeting on early childhood development in the Pacific. PNG is committed to strengthening our early childhood development system through the collaborative partners across government, civil society, faith-based organizations, and international partners. Today, I share our experiences implementing the Parenting for Childhood Development Program and cornerstone of our child protection and violence prevention strategy that is transforming families and communities across 6 provinces. As reflected in the Pacifica Call to Action on ECD survey, PNG has made progress in several strategic areas, including development of policies and framework for early childhood care, strengthening coordination mechanism across sectors, building capacity of service providers in early childhood education and care. We recognize more work is needed, particularly in developing a truly multilateral and ECD policy, improving a budget allocation for ECD service, and enhancing data collection system as well. The Parenting for Child Development P4CD program has emerged as a cornerstone for our child protection and violence prevention strategy, demonstrating remarkable success in transforming parenting practices across Papua New Guinea. These evidence-based programs were developed through careful research to ensure cultural relevance and effectiveness in PNG context, working with parents to strengthening positive parenting practices and reduce harsh discipline, promote early stimulation of children development, address gender-based violence through transform family dynamics, building nurturing families environment that support children's cognitive and social emotional development. Implementation has been possibly through strategic partnership between the National Office of Child and Family Services as the lead government agency, civil society organization, and faith-based organization operating in 6 provinces. Provincial and district community development officers serving as frontline workers, technical support for UNICEF child protection team. The program consists of 6 weeks parenting workshop delivered in community settings with plans to expand delivery methods through digital platform for online workers, parenting hotlines for remote support, school-based delivery through partnerships with local educational institutions, radio and media campaigns to extend reach into remote communities. Only in 2024, the program reached over 5,000 parents and demonstrated improvements in family relationship and reduce violence and enhance child well-being. The P4CD program gained international recognition at the first Global Ministerial Conference on Ending Violence Against Children in Bogota, Colombia in November 2024. My ministry, through the National Office of Child and Family Services, is working with UNICEF on implementing a comprehensive institutional framework for the P4CD program. The framework developed by UNICEF Children Protection Section aims to fully integrate P4CD into government policies and structures to ensure long-term sustainable nationwide capability and effectiveness in supporting parents and caregivers across PNG. The institutional process includes several key components: legal framework and policy integration. We are strengthening the National Child and Family Service Council and formally endorsing P4CD as an early intervention prevention initiative alignment with Lookout Impigini Act 2015 and the National Child Protection Policy. Institutional structure and governance, NOCFS is taking a lead in coordinating national implementation and while establishing clear mechanisms for collaboration and provincial government, churches, partners, and other stakeholders. Budget allocation, we are advocating for dedicated funding from the government ministries while exploring sustainable financial models, including potential private sector support. Human resource development, capacity building initiatives are underway for staff at all levels, including specialized training through Samara Institute for Leadership and Governance. Community engagement, churches, village elders, community leaders are being mobilized as advocates for program, leveraging their trusted position in communities. The government of Papua New Guinea is committed in scaling up this evidence-based approach to reach all 22 provinces with implementation strategies that include both in-person and digital delivery models as well. Our experience with P4CD has taught us valuable lessons. One, community-based approach grounded in local culture is most effective. Two, faith-based organizations are powerful partners in reaching remote communities. Three, multi-stakeholders coordination maximize limited resource. Four, evidence-based approach with proper monitoring yield sustainable results. Good practices from our implementation include strong multi-stakeholders coordination to child protection subsector, knowledge exchange and partnership development, integration of development and humanitarian response. While we have significant progress, we face important challenges with our ECD and P4CD efforts. Limited capacity among serving providers and government institutions remains the most significant obstacle. Inadequate budget allocation constrain our ability to maintain and expand accessible service. Geographical challenges in reaching all children across 24 provinces, particularly in the remote area. Coordination response across multi-sectors and levels of government. To address these challenges, establishing a child and family division with provincial government to coordinate and implement, creating standard training programs with SILAC and P4CD facilitators and coordinators, developing comprehensive budget proposal for inclusive in government public investment, or PIP, engaging church as trusted implementation partners who have strong community connections, building accountability mechanism through dedicated compliance of officers. Conclusion, Papua New Guinea remains committed to prioritizing early childhood development through evidence-based approach like parenting for child development programs. By institutionalizing and scale-upping successful models, we can create sustainable system that protects our children and support their holistic development. I look forward to learning from other Pacific nations about the ECD initiatives and exploring opportunities for continuous South cooperation. Thank you for this opportunity to share PNG experience in strengthening our early childhood development system. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you for your sharing. PNG being one of our largest in the region with very complex issues. We thank you for all the efforts. May I now please invite Honorable Gerald Zakios, Minister for Education, Sports and Training from the Republic of Marshall Islands.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and Chair. Before I begin, I humbly acknowledge our Heavenly Father for his many blessings. I also extend my deepest respect to our traditional leaders, faith-based organizations, and to the Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa, Afionga Fiame Naomi Matahafa. Thank you for your words of wisdom this morning. I also extend my respect to Reverend Dr. Alisana Palahamo, Honorable Ministers and Head of Delegation, the Deputy Secretary of the PIF, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my delegation, I convey sincere gratitude to the government and people of Samoa for the very warm welcome and hospitality and displayed by our young children and youth. Yakwe and Dalofa. On behalf of President Dr. Hilda Siaini and the people of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, I bring warm greetings to this important forum here in beautiful Apia. Her Excellency has been a steadfast champion for early childhood development, and it is my honor to represent her here today. I thank UNICEF, the Government of Samoa, and the PRC for ECD Steering Committee for their tireless efforts work in bringing us together. Today, we reaffirm our shared commitment so that every child across our islands is given a strong and loving foundation to grow, learn, and thrive. Education for our children is life. In the Marshall Islands, we are proud of the accomplishments we've made to date. Launched in 2023, the RMI Early Childhood Development ECD policy was reiterated and reaffirmed in the 2025 RMI National Socioeconomic and Climate Change Summit communique to reflect our national commitment to giving every child the best start in life. With support from the World Bank, UNICEF, and our regional partners, we have expanded preschool access in 18 of our 24 island jurisdictions, supported families through direct social assistance, including passing law to provide the same assistance to elderly and the disability, and improve nutrition through innovative community projects like aeroponic gardens for school lunches. We are also making critical investment in supporting neurodiverse children, including autism, to ensure that every child is seen, supported, valued, and feel a strong sense of belonging. Last year, we proudly achieved SDG 6, ensuring clean water access for every household, thanks to the leadership of women organizations like With Me and Kill. This milestone reflects the power of community-driven solutions to transform lives. In March, many of us gathered in Port Moresby for the Conference of Pacific Education Ministers, where we welcomed the decision by leaders to include education as a standing agenda item in the annual Forum Leaders Meeting, a clear sign of our region's strong commitment to education. Two key regional commitments were made: to prioritize early childhood development and to ensure inclusive education for our most vulnerable and gifted children across the Pacific. Our efforts are grounded in a simple truth. When we focus on our most vulnerable children, we uplift the very foundation of our Pacific culture. In caring for those who need us most, we strengthen our own humanity, compassion, and collective future. As we look ahead, let us be bold, as the Prime Minister alluded to, continue to build strong networks, share knowledge, and stand united in our vision for a Pacific where every child thrives. Together we can, and we will make a difference. Komoldada and Jaraman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And acknowledging autism and disability in your work. May I now invite Honorable Lautimuya Vai, Minister for Finance, our host and co-chair from our host government, Samoa.
Thank you, Chair. Talofalava and very warm greetings to Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, esteemed colleagues, and our valued development partners. Chair, before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge the presence of my colleagues, Honourable Minister of Education and Culture, Honourable Seula, and Honourable Minister for Women and Social Community Development, Honourable Langaia, that are attending here with us. I also like, Chair, to acknowledge the presence of one of our champions of ECD and ECE, His Honourable Justice, the Senior Supreme Court Judge who is present here with us, Honourable Vui Clarence Nelson. Thank you for being one of the champions of ECD in Samoa. Chair, I would like to just make a comment on the presentation of our monitoring M&A, the progress that we have done, achieved so far through the Pacifica Call to Action. It's very encouraging, I must say, for Samoa, and I think for the region, that we have progressed that far. And I think we have all contributed to that contribution, those achievements, which is very encouraging for this forum. I think going forward, Chair, I was very interested in the KPI number 7, which is support parents and communities for ECD. I believe that that is the key KPI for ECD. As to my understanding, ECD is before ECE. And that is the core, that is the key priority for the Pacifica Call to Action, is that number 7 KPI. And I'm surprised that that is the least achieved. So I think when we talk about talking boldly in this kind of forums, we should give attention to that particular KPI.
Mr. Chair, as mentioned by our Prime Minister this morning, Samoa has progressed to the launch and implementation of our national multi-sectoral ECD framework 2434, integrated into our national development plan. This framework includes dedicated budgeting, monitoring, and multi-sectoral coordination. We established an ECD technical working group and launched the Samoa Extended ECD Development Project, deploying community-based workers to support local families and leaders. Reflecting on our commitment to genuine community ownership, Samoa conducted 13 ECD community launches nationwide in 2024. These events exemplify our top-down and bottom-up approach, mobilizing both national leadership and community-driven action. We have successfully identified and trained 24 local ECD champions who now serve as essential focal points within rural communities, directly connecting families to critical services. Moreover, Samoa has significantly strengthened its public investment in ECD. Through our newly introduced district development program, we allocate 20% of each district's annual 1 million budget to gender equity, disability, and social inclusion, explicitly prioritizing ECD. This decentralized funding model empowers districts to strategically lead targeted local investments in our youngest citizens. Yet, Samoa also acknowledges persistent challenges. Enrollment in early childhood education remains below optimal levels, and services quality varies significantly. We recognize that the caregivers, educators, and frontline workers who nurture our children daily remain under-recognized, inadequately supported, and undercompensated. Samoa emphasizes the urgent necessity to care for the caregivers, advocating for improved programs, robust professional development, and fair remuneration for all ECD staff and educators. Investing in these frontline champions is fundamental to sustaining and enhancing ECD outcomes. In closing, Chair, Samoa urges collective regional action through 4 strategic recommendations. First, established a Pacific ECD scorecard to ensure accountability and track progress against the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. 2, institutionalize the PRC4 ECD within the regional architecture, ensuring deeper alignment and collaboration with PIFs, SBC, and crop agencies. 3, fully integrate ECD into regional climate finance and mechanisms, recognizing its critical role in building resilient communities. And 4, Chair, convene the first Pacific ECD Frontliners Conference to elevate and empower those working directly with our region's children. Samoa remains committed to partnering with our Pacific neighbors to create a resilient region where every child and every caregiver is valued and supported. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chair.
Thank you, Vinaka Vakalevu, for that and for raising a very crucial point on the first 1,000 days and emphasis on how do we do more for parenting in our cultural and community settings. Hopefully we can talk more about it in the next few days. Vinaka, may I now invite Honorable Minister Thosen Leokana, Minister for Education and Human Resource Development from the Solomon Islands.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, delegates, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me to address you today at this very important meeting, the Pacific Early Childhood Development Forum. On behalf of the government and the people of Solomon Islands, I extend the warm greetings to the government and people of Samoa. And thank you for the warm welcome and the beautiful smiles that you have rendered to my team upon our arrival. Also, I'd like to extend my warmest greetings to the fellow ministers from across the Pacific, island countries, technical experts in early childhood development, delegates, and our esteemed international and local partners. Your presence here today signifies more than just participation. It demonstrates a steadfast commitment to ensuring that every child in the Pacific is supported to thrive, even in the face of economic, social, and environmental challenges that confront our region. Allow me to begin by extending my sincere appreciation to UNICEF Pacific and the Pacific Regional Councils for Early Childhood Development for their vision and coordination in organizing this forum. We are also deeply grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade for this generous support, which has made this meaningful gathering possible. I would also like to recognize the valuable work of the ECD technical working groups at both the regional and country levels. Your leadership has been instrumental in advancing our shared commitment to the Pacific Call to Action on ECD, and in keeping the momentum alive through your tireless dedication to the 10 action points. Ladies and gentlemen, since the last ECD forum in 2023, Solomon Island has made encouraging progress on our journey to strengthen early childhood development across the nation. We will remain deeply committed to achieving the goals of the Pacific Call to Action, and I am proud to highlight several important milestones. We have begun implementing our multi-sectoral national ECD policy and its 3-year action plan. Following our cabinet endorsement in 2023, a significant step forward has been taken. In our country level, Guadalcanal province, one of the 10 or 9 provinces in our country, now has a sub-national ECD action plan in place, the first of its kind in the Solomon Islands, with dedicated provincial funding and an ECD office appointed. Awareness of ECD countries continues to grow through media, outreach, and local capacity building, ensuring ECD is integrated into provincial planning. We are improving our measurement systems to better report our ECD outcomes through a finalized monitoring framework. We have operationalized an ECD secretariat with ongoing recruitment of technical staff to strengthen coordination, implementation, and monitoring. A cabinet paper now is currently being drafted to secure dedicated national funding for ECD. Importantly, we have enhanced collaboration with NGOs and faith-based organizations whose contributions are helping us reach more children and families. These advances are underpinned by strong multicultural or multi-sectoral leadership led by our Ministry of Education and Human Resource Development, co-chaired by the Ministry of Health and Medical Service and the Ministry of Women, Youth and Family Affairs. We are proud that our national ECD efforts align with key policy frameworks, including the New Education Act 2023, which we recognize the foundational role of early childhood education. The National Children's Policy 2023, which safeguards children's rights. The National Disability Inclusive Development Policy 2023 to 2031, which promotes inclusive development for all, and our long-term vision as captured in the National Development Strategy 2016 to 2035, which ensures access to quality health and education for all Solomon Islands. Yet we are fully aware that challenges still persist. Our children continue to face the triple burden of malnutrition. Attendance in early education remains low in some areas. Birth registration coverage, although improving, is still limited. Moreover, we are facing funding constraints and a shortage of trained ECD personnel to meet growing demands. To overcome these challenges, We must strengthen and sustain collaboration across sectors, institutions, and communities. ECD is not the work of a single ministry or agency. It is a collective responsibility. Only by working together, we can ensure lasting change for our youngest citizens. As we move forward, Solomon Island reaffirms its commitment to strengthen implementation of a multi-sectoral ECD policy, ensure national and provincial frameworks align with ECD priorities, advocate for increased financial investment into ECD programs and services, and embedded ECD into planning and decision-making across all levels of government. Let us be reminded, investing in our early childhood is not only the right thing to do, it is the smartest investment that we can make our societies, our economies, and the future of our children. As I close, I wish to echo the collective vision that brings us all here together to build a future where every child in the Pacific can thrive. Let us continue to put our hearts and our minds together to ensure that ECD initiatives remain impactful, inclusive, and sustainable, not just for today's children, but for the generation to come. Solomon Island remains committed to ensure that ECD is implemented coherently, collaboratively, and inclusively to reduce the stunting increased early childhood education, participation, lower child mortality, reduce child violence, and eliminate the threats that endangers our child development. Together, let us make the wonderful vision for our Pacific children a reality. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Indeed, nutrition is a challenge across the region, but also enrollment depending on geography and where we are. May I now invite the Honorable Minister Elehi Kalolo from the Education from Tokelau. Tokelau.
Madam Chair, honorable ministers, our development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Maloni, greetings from Tokelau. The Tokelau delegation joined my colleagues in acknowledging with heartfelt appreciation to the government and the people of Samoa. Your warm welcoming and hospitality, as always, make us feel at home. Okatailai. I wish to acknowledge our regional family's commitment to Pacifica call to action for ECD. Any regional call to action reminds us that we may be vast, but we face a range of shared challenges. Yet even in our vastness, some of us are small and isolated. So we have the dilemma in region responding to the collective, while at the same time addressing what may be unique. We are grateful that our Pacifica call to action for early childhood development brings us around a framework for cooperation and collaboration. It acknowledges our interconnections via our histories, geography, culture, and challenges in our existence across this vast blue ocean of ours. I love our esteemed Epeli Hauofa put it, quote, Oceania is us. We are the sea. We are the ocean. We should not be defined by smallness of our islands, but the greatness of our oceans, unquote. As a mark of Tokelau's commitment to our collective agreement on ECD, Tokelau's delegation includes the Minister of Health and Finance, my colleagues, Dr. Peter Tavite, and our senior government management from key sectors of education, health, and finance. On a lighter note, and speaking of oceans, our unique vulnerabilities as very small isolated islands and equity considerations, whilst all of you come by plane, we traversed our blue Pacific in what were some of the roughest ocean conditions in all my sailing life. And that's a long life of sailing given my gray hair, taking us nearly 4 days to arriving up here from Tokelau. Equity consideration aside, I am delighted to share with you Tokelau's ECD progress. In terms of the 10 actions since 2022, Tokelau is continuing to make progress with substantial progress on some of them. Based on our recently updated data, half of 50% of our actions are at the advanced or established stage of implementation, while the other half are at emerging stages of implementation. The details are available on our ECD profile. In June, we will take our draft ECD policy through our villages for endorsement. Our aim is that by our final General Fono or parliamentary meeting in early November this year, we will have approved our ECD multi-sectoral policy framework, confirmed sectoral responsibilities for implementation, the schedules and targets, and the recurrent budgets. Our ECD policy can only be effectively implemented by genuine multi-sector collaboration. Our current challenges include the need for all sectors to map out what the activities are for ECD, specific outcomes and targets set in a monitoring evaluation framework, shared cost agreements, explicit inclusion in the sector, including village budgets. The bigger framework within which these challenges are situated are around the need for several priority national regulatory frameworks. One, access and attendance at ECE. Currently, compulsory education excludes ECE. Two, the financing of schools and monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much. O kai tutia. Tutia te po ke hotu te malama. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Honorable Minister, and for journeying here on the boat despite the rough seas to show your commitment to ECD. Really appreciate. May I now invite Honorable Minister Dr. Uhila Moelangi Fasi, Minister for Education and Training from the Government of Tonga. I was going by alphabetical order, so I didn't mean to miss you. Naka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malolei, and I bring warm greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga. I would like to, first of all, give credit to the organizers of this great forum for bringing us together to talk about this very important issue in the Pacific. I'd also like to thank the Samoan government for hosting us and for the hospitality accorded to us, and also giving us liaison officers to look for our luggage, even though it was 3 days late, but it did arrive. So thank you so much for that. The Tokelau stealing my spot. derailed me a little bit mentally. So I will try and pull myself together and do my best. Right, it is my pleasure to give you an update on Tonga's progress regarding the Call for Action 2025. From the outset, I would like to state that Tonga is committed to prioritize and support ECD at all levels of its development. It will be an understatement if I say that ECD is important in our region. I say it is super important, and it should be central to all developmental policies and strategies at national level. I bring apologies from my fellow ministers who cannot be here with me today because of duties, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Minister of Finance. So I'm here to represent the four of us. Now, these four ministries, Education, Health, Internal Affairs, and Finance, they collaborate very closely to make sure that ECD is given the attention and the priority it deserves. I would say that Tonga is making great progress despite the not very impressive reports that we have received. Just to give you a short account of the progress we have made, or some of the progress we have made. The Ministry of Education has done a lot of work. It has given great impetus to inclusive and special education to ensure that children with physical and other forms of disabilities are given the proper care. The Ministry of Education has also expanded access and enrollment at ECE from 30% about 4 years ago to 75% in the last report. This is because the ministry has incorporated ECE into the mainstream primary schools. So now almost all the primary schools have ECE division. So that's why the enrollment has gone up from 30% to 75%. The Ministry of Education has also paid close attention to developing the professionalism of the people who work at the ACE division. They have offered qualifications, scholarships for people for teachers to upgrade their qualifications, as well as their professionalism in taking care of ECE. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, through their Social Protection Division, has given a lot of support to families to make sure, to alleviate poverty, and also to ensure that the children with disability are well taken care of. They have also improved the water supply to households that didn't have a proper water supply, so that the children have access to clean water. The Ministry of Finance has increased the budget to ECE. There is a grant, government grant to all the ECE schools, and it's based on head of enrollment. So the grant has increased 100% over the past 2 years. The Ministry of Health focuses on the first 1,000 days. And it is the first 1,000 days of the development of the child. And in midwifery terms, it's from conception to 2 years. I think we tend to pay more attention to children who have attended ECE schools, but we tend to forget that early childhood care starts from conception, right? It starts from listening to the little voices from the womb and making sure that the mother is healthy, making sure that the environment of the child both inside and outside the home, are healthy and will look after. That is the focus now of the Ministry of Health. Also make sure that the food given to the mother are good food, healthy food, because they also act as medicine to the unborn child. They also, there's also support to our extended family system. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the extended family because they give great support to the mother, both the caring mother and the nursing mother. If proper support is not given, then the child will not be as healthy as we want them to be. Now, I'll take a little look at the progress we have made to date. And even though it is not the most impressive progress we have made, but we are determined to improve on that by 2027, when we come back in 2027. In a nutshell, in the 10 KPIs listed, we have a no progress, one no progress. We have 7 emerging, 1 established, and 1 advanced. I think this is a wake up call for us to try and improve our rating in these areas. In 2 years' time, I promise you, we will be either established or advanced in all these KPIs. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister from Samoa for highlighting to us and alerting to us the importance of KPI number 7, which is, I talked about it, which covers the first 1,000 days of the life of the child. I think that is the most important KPI for us to look at. Now, yes, again, I stand to affirm our commitment to ECE and the development and support Tonga will give to ECE. Lastly, I think the message was quite clear from the children this morning. They want a clean future. They want a healthy future. They want a healthy ocean and a healthy environment. And healthy and caring parents. Because we tend to look at the environment and forget that we are the ones who are the frontliners in the children. So I want to thank the organizers for bringing the children to wake us up and to teach us about what they want, not what we want, but what they want. I look forward to a fruitful 3 days of deliberations, and I'm hoping that we will learn from each other. We share our experiences with each other, and hopefully at the end of the 3 days, we'd have come up with a wonderful plan for the way forward. Malo apito, and thank you very much.
Malo, Penaka, once again apologize for disorienting you. Derailing. Honorable Minister Hamoa Holona, Minister for Education and Human Resource Development from Tuvalu.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm cautious of the timing, but if you fall into the last category of speakers, you can have the time all to yourself. So bear with me. Talo falava, ma le whāloa lotele, i le paia, ma le mamalu a Samoa. Madam Chairperson, distinguished ministers, delegates, esteemed colleagues, development partners and friends, and the wonderful children of the Pacific. It is an honor and privilege to present at this gathering to reaffirm our shared commitment to nurturing the youngest minds of our blue Pacific continent. Let me begin by thanking the government of Samoa, UNICEF, and our regional partners for hosting this conference, which strengthens our collective resolve to prioritize ECD as the cornerstone of sustainable
progress. As the Honorable Prime Minister said this morning, we are honoring our greatest legacy, our children. And it is our commitment while attending this August gathering. Tuvalu recognizes that investing in children today is investing in the resilience of our nation tomorrow. Since 2022, we have taken bold, systematic steps to institutionalize ECD as a national priority, and there are many facets of ECD in terms of strategic approaches, but I will highlight one. Tuvalu Learning Project, TULAB, is a World Bank-funded project since 2021. The main objective is to improve ECD in all aspects. It initially started off with 2.7 million Australian dollars budget and have increased significantly to 3.2 million Australian dollars. This shows how Tuvalu government is committed to ECD. This project embodies our partnership philosophy, a global support mechanism that is localized into Tuvalu's context. We therefore extend our profound gratitude to the World Bank and regional allies for standing with us. As a small island nation, Tuvalu faces existential threats from climate change and geographical isolation, apart from financial constraints. Yet, we refuse to let these challenges dim the future of our children. Through ECD, we are building resilience by integrating climate awareness into early learning and bridging equity gaps by ensuring remote communities access quality ECD services and empowering women who comprise 99% of our ECD workforce as leaders of change. Come on, women. To our development partners, the World Bank, UNICEF, Pacific Islands Forum, and all here today, we urge you to align investments with our national policies to maximize impact, prioritize climate-smart infrastructures in ECD programs, and amplify indigenous knowledge in global ECD framework. To conclude, Whaftai Lahi to this August gathering. In Tuvalu, we say, a whanau ko te tofi mai te atua. Our children are a gift and inheritance from God. As we gather here in unity for the future of our region, let us be reminded that children are a gift and inheritance from God. These sacred truths calls us to honor our duty, not only as leaders and educators, but as caretakers of a generation whose well-being will shape the destiny of our nations. When we invest in our children, we are not just building lives, we are securing the soul of the Pacific. Let us nurture these gifts with honest commitment, ensuring every Pacific child thrives in a world of dignity, opportunity, and hope. Whaftai Lahi, ma ia manuia tele lava. Thank you very much.
Vinaka. May I now invite from Vanuatu, Mr. Albert Nalpini, Director for Ministry of Justice, Youth and Community Services, who will be presenting on behalf of Honorable Minister Simil Johnson, the Minister for Education of Vanuatu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first convey our Minister's apology for not being here this morning due to the disruption of the earthquake in the early hours of Monday morning. Distinguished ministers from across the region, excellencies, partners, and participants. Let me first thank the Honorable Prime Minister Fiame Naume and her government and the people of Samoa for the warm welcome and hospitality. It is truly a pleasure to be in your beautiful country. Secondly, I would like to thank UNICEF Pacific for ensuring we are here together today, this week, to deliberate on ECD. I have the honor of representing the government of Vanuatu and to present our national report on the development of early childhood development in our country. Vanuatu has made tremendous progress in its effort. The development of our ECD national policy was developed in 11 December 2022, followed by its action plan and monitoring and evaluation framework. The Council of Ministers formally approved the ECD national policy in May 2023 and was officially launched the following month of 24th July 2023 during the celebration of Children's Day. Our first ECD implementation strategy was piloted in one of our 6 provinces in 2023. This took the form of 5-day ECD Community Youth Advocacy Forum, facilitated by the officers from the Ministry of Education and Training, Ministry of Justice and Community Services, Ministry of Youth and Sport, Ministry of Health and Department of Planning, Policy Planning and Aid Coordination. The aim was to raise community awareness of their vital roles in nurturing young people, children, and in supporting the implementation of national ECD program. Following the evaluation of the forum in 2024, community leaders and participants advocated for a second phase of implementation. This phase encourages community-led initiatives where families take greater responsibility for their young children's care. One such initiative includes forming cooperative groups to sell local and cultural products in roadside markets, home markets, and in Botvila, our capital, thereby supporting both economic empowerment and child well-being. The forum also identified and empowered ECD champions, community leaders, who now assist early childhood care education teachers in delivering awareness programs on the parenting support program. This is a comprehensive educational resource developed by the Ministry of Education to support children and caregivers. The ECD unit has since conducted similar forums in other provinces, and more are currently in planning stages. Recognizing the importance of the traditional leadership, the Council of Ministers approved the relocation of the ECD unit to the Ministry of Justice, Youth and Community Services under the office of the Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs, effective from 1st January 2025. This decision underscores our belief that chiefs and community structures must play a central role in strengthening early childhood development across Vanuatu. All government agencies involved in ECD programming normally engage with chiefs and community leaders before entering communities. Vanuatu is currently reviewing the terms of reference for the ECD Technical Working Group and the Steering Committee to ensure they align with their community-based approach. In addition, preparations are underway to adapt the parenting support program booklet into a training of trainers tool specifically for chiefs and communities. The government of Vanuatu also acknowledges that climate change is our greatest threat. Our 2080 national policy on climate change and disaster-induced displacement places strong emphasis on children protection and the unique needs of children during displacement, whether planned or resulting from disaster. Vanuatu is building an enabling environment to protect children within the context of mobility. However, more must be done. We need stronger investment and coordinated action in multiple sectors. We are working to improve data collection by integrating climate change and labor mobility indicators into our updated child protection information management system and revised case management forms. This will enable us to monitor how migration affects children's well-being. Last month in Suva, Fiji, UNICEF and the Global Green Growth Institute signed a memorandum of understanding formalizing their commitment to climate resilient development for children in Vanuatu. Under this agreement, the partners will collaborate on evidence-based policy work, technical cooperation, and knowledge sharing across critical sectors: health, nutrition, education, WASH, and child protection. The 2025 ECD survey for Vanuatu reflects our strong national commitment to early childhood development, key policy frameworks and Action 1 are in place, and multi-sectoral coordination and actions 2, 3, and 5 is progressing. However, challenges remain in areas such as institutionalization, budget allocation, and interministerial planning, public investment, and Action 4, and robust monitoring system and Action 8 require further development. Workforce training and Action 6 is uneven across sectors through a nationally scaled parenting support program, and Action 7 stands out as a key strength. Donor coordination and Action 9 is effective, and integration of ECD into climate and emergency planning and Action 10 is emerging, but not yet fully developed. In summary, implementation of our ECD policy is well underway, but we recognize the need to reinforce operational capacity, financial support, and data system. On behalf of Team Vanuatu, Faftai Te La Lava, thank you, Tomas.
Thank you. That concludes this session. So I would like to say thank you to all ministers and heads of delegation for your thoughtful and inspiring interventions. Your reflections have not only showcased the challenges of the diverse Pacific, but also the many progress and priorities across our region. Also, your shared commitment to giving every Pacific child the best possible start in life. We've heard how each of your countries are working across sectors, drawing on cultural strengths and aligning national efforts with the broader vision of the PRC for ECD. This session, it reinforces the importance of continued collaboration, learning, and mutual support. I think some of the things that have come out very strongly have been the culturally grounded parenting support, importance of adequate nutrition, access to literacy, investing in the first 1,000 days. As we move forward in the next few days, let's carry these insights with us to guide the next steps of our dialogue and decisions during this forum, but also the voices of the children that we heard this morning. Thank you once again for your leadership and your contributions. May I express deepest and most sincere appreciation to each of the governments for your commitment in progressing the ECD agenda. Vinaka Vakalevu. Now, I would also like to say extreme gratitude to the donors, the partners who have actually made a lot of the work possible in each of our countries and have made it possible for us to being here. So, Fafatai Lava, and I would like to now invite the donor partners to come forward for the next session so we could all be looking at each other. So the donors who are in the back row, if you could please move forward. The Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Esala Nayasi, Mr. Jonathan Vitch, Dr. Francis Vakauta, Ms. Rosie Zwart, His Excellency Will Robinson, Mr. Felipe Jitoko, and Dr. Sewala Johnson Fua. If we could please have you in front. Thank you so much. for being here. Now, the next session is just as important, as many of us have been working with the partners here. And we would be basically discussing what are the priorities of each of our partners in the early childhood development, the national and regional ECD goals, and how can you help advance the ECD agenda of the Pacific region. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, may we continue from what we've heard from the region to now what we have on the offer from our donor partners. So may I invite, first of all, the Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Sala Nayasi from the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, to please share the regional priorities and your contributions to ECD agenda in the Pacific.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, city officials, Mr. Jonathan Fitch, the head of UNICEF Pacific, that is, ladies and gentlemen. Atolafalawa and greetings to you all. As I listened this morning, the reminder by the Prime Minister of Samoa, Honorable Fiame Naomi Mataafa, is really apt. And that is, if we change the beginning of a story, we change the whole story. It speaks to the importance of a clear vision, joint commitment, and our shared responsibility in the whole of life development of a child. In the Pacific, as we also heard this morning, we often say that it takes a village to raise a child. It reflects on the well-being of our children, that it is our collective responsibility and woven into the very fabric of our communities. It is a way of life. To give every Pacific child the best start in life, as we also heard today from you, Honorable Ministers, we must adopt an integrated and ecosystem approach in line with the 2050 strategy and, of course, the Pacifica call to action on early childhood development. And this aligns very well with the life course approach, as we also heard. The 2050 strategy provides a clear pathway for this, calling for deliberate investments in our children's well-being across all the 7 thematic areas of the strategy. This is enhanced further through the ongoing review of the regional architecture, a critical opportunity to strengthen our capacity as a one blue Pacific continent to respond to the challenges our children face through a greater integration, collaboration, and a coordinated action. As part of this ongoing review, it is timely that the Council will discuss this week the future of the Council, the future of this ministerial meeting and its place in the regional architecture. I believe it is also important that you provide guidance to us as your Secretariat, particularly in addressing the questions and the challenges as posed today by the Honourable Minister of Niue. And I'm glad that the Honourable Minister of Samoa had also responded to those challenges through the recommendations that he had presented this morning, which I hope would find its way to the outcomes of your meeting this week, given the importance that it places on us as partners, as secretariats in the Pacific, to have a more coordinated approach in our support towards your efforts in supporting the needs and aspirations of our leaders and our people, and that includes our beautiful children. Now, children are growing up in a rapidly changing world, facing many challenges. And these realities demand that we adapt our approaches, strengthen their resilience, and work with all children and their village of caregivers in promoting equality, holistic well-being, and care. And the Pacifica Call for Action and the Pacific Regional Council for Early Childhood Development already demonstrates the power of this approach And we as a secretariat, as your secretariat, we look forward to your guidance this week in relation to the role that we can play better in further supporting our members through the various priorities that you've set for us. And of course, working through the Council of Regional Organizations, as well as our partners, particularly in the space of ECD, UNICEF Pacific. So again, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, let me take this time to thank you for your interventions, your guidance that you provided to us this morning. And we look forward to working closely with all of you in supporting your priorities and ensuring that your issues are well addressed at the leaders' level, as well as working in alignment with your vision in collaboration with all our partners in the region. Thank you, Chair.
Vinaka, thank you for your commitment of support. PIFS has been very important. Secretariat providing support across the region, and hopefully you'll be taking these voices in other regional forums as well. And the PRC for ECD Secretariat is also UNICEF. We thank you for all your support in bringing us here, but also progressing the work in the entire region. May we hear from you, Mr. Jonathan Vich. Vinaka.
Thank you, Honourable Minister and Chair, for having me up here today. Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, talofa lava, and I was going to say good morning, but it's actually afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. For me, today is a day of celebration. And the reason I want to celebrate a little bit is because all of you have made a lot of progress. And I would like to commend you for the efforts that you're making in delivering the Pacifica Call to Action. I mean, we saw a lot of progress today. And this is in a relatively short amount of time, in difficult circumstances, during COVID, post-COVID, economic challenges, all the rest. And all of you have committed to this and you're advancing this agenda. So I want to thank you on behalf of UNICEF for everything that you're doing, but also for admitting where you're not so perfect, and also challenging us in the areas that we're not so perfect too. So I'm really grateful for that, and I look forward to the outcome of this meeting. This Pacific Regional Council for Early Childhood Development stands as a powerful model, I would say, as in what is possible when governments and partners work together with a common vision. We fully recognize that this is no easy task. It's not really easy to organize this forum, and it's not easy to bring all the ministers together. And so we're grateful that many of you have come from very far, and especially Tokelau, your terrible journey. We're grateful that you managed to make it here. And it really deserves our deepest respect and acknowledgement. We are the Secretariat, so we're honored to support the work of the Council. Over the last year, as we've heard, there's been a lot of progress. National ECD policies and costed action plans were developed in FSM, Tokelau, and Samoa. Fiji launched its national ECD policy. Solomon Islands introduced its integrated national ECD policy awareness strategy, addressing health, nutrition, early learning, and protection. RMI revised its ECD action plan with a strong focus on climate resilience. And Kiribati launched an ECD monitoring and evaluation framework. In Vanuatu, the ECD unit was, as we just heard, was transferred to the Malvatumari Council of Chiefs, reflecting strengthened national leadership and the culture and traditions that are part of the discussion of this week. And through strong partnership with the people sitting here with me, with PIFS, with SPC, USP, and others, we've supported Pacific governments in strengthening parenting programs, early education, health and nutrition, while promoting data collection and monitoring for better planning and decision-making. UNICEF is a very decentralized organization, and we're happily decentralized in the Pacific as well. which enables us to work closely with governments, ensuring that the best global evidence is tailored to local realities. While we can't be in every single country, we try to be as close as possible to you because these are not UNICEF's priorities, but they are yours. They're your government and your people's priorities. So our work is driven by local needs and priorities. And as we move forward, our commitment is very clear: to deepen our support for policy implementation, to track progress on the Pacific call to action, and to elevate the Pacific's voice in global conversations on early childhood development. I'm often contacted from around the world by my fellow representatives or other regions of the world asking me how we do this in the Pacific because they've heard of the work that you are doing together. That's just a testament to the leadership that you're providing. But as you also heard, there's still much to do. You all know very well your nutrition data and your health data better than me. Education as a whole, but early childhood education in particular, needs to modernize to reflect the new world that our children are living in. And our children are not yet protected from violence and other forms of deprivations that they suffer or witness every day. We also have to do a lot of work on parenting, and I'd like to particularly commend those, I think it was the government of Papua New Guinea who really talked about the parenting programming that you're doing. And maybe that could be a topic of real conversation in the next forum. And we could make sure we advance a lot on that KPI number 7 and the linkage between parenting, climate change, and nutrition. I think that would be an area of special focus. May I briefly just thank and appreciate others who make this work possible. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the government of Samoa for hosting us this week. I want to send a warm appreciation to the New Zealand government for its continued and generous support to ECD over the years. Thank you for believing in this vision and for your ongoing commitment in the years ahead. Thank you as well to the Government of Australia for your support with the ECD work, particularly here in Samoa. Thank you, Honourable Minister Kiran and Honourable Minister Va'ai, for your leadership and support to this event and your co-chairing of this. And I want to acknowledge all the hard work by Donina, the CEO of the Ministry of Women, Community and Social Development, and Mrs. Abaka, Deputy Chief Secretary, Republic of the Marshall Islands. You saw them this morning. They do a lot of the work behind the scenes. And finally, I want to thank my own team, the UNICEF staff. There's plenty of them here, and they do a lot of the hard work on this and try and support you as much as possible. So children are not only the future of the Pacific, they're also the present. Together, let us continue to act with urgency and purpose for every Pacific child. Whawhatai, thank you very much.
And we have a lot to thank you and your team for supporting all the work in the region, but also helping put this together. So please accept our gratitude. We've spoken about parenting, and a lot has been talked about in terms of culture and situating ourselves in culture. So I'm grateful that Dr. Francis Wakaota is here, Team Leader for Culture for Development from SPC, a very important conversation for our region. Vinaka.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests. On behalf of the Pacific community, I hope that you will allow me just a moment to extend our cultural greeting. I extend our appreciation to the Government of Samoa and the organizers, the partner organizations who have made this event possible. I pay our respect to the people of Samoa and to the cultural custodians of the Blue Pacific continent. SPC acknowledges all Indigenous Pacific peoples and local communities who have made the Pacific their home. Inspired and guided by the mana and wisdom of her peoples, we offer our services in the spirit of humility, reciprocity, and solidarity. Bulavinaka, and thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about the work that SPC does in relation to ECD. As many of you will know, SPC carries the crop technical and scientific development mandate, working to advance the rights and well-being of Pacific peoples through science and knowledge, but grounded in context and cultures. Guided by the 2050 strategy and our Pacific values of stewardship, care, generosity, and unity, we work towards 4 goals that relate to sustainable development: resilient communities and cultures, empowered individuals, and streamlined integrated programming. Our multi-sectoral efforts contribute to enabling environments in which our Pacific children grow, thrive, and reach their full potential, supporting the Pacifica Call to Action for ECD. SPC is institutional custodian of 2 important regional frameworks: the Pacific Regional Culture Strategy and the Pacific Youth Development Framework. Both play a key part in shaping community development that's grounded in Pacific identity, our knowledge systems, belonging, and well-being. The people-centered approach that we advocate emphasizes contextually relevant and responsive development that's informed by science, research, and technology across the SDGs in various areas such as health, quality education, nutrition and food systems, gender equality, climate action, and human rights, among others. So while we don't have an ECD priority articulated, you will see that our areas of work support the development of the nurturing environment, resilient communities, and sustainability required to make that happen. So I'd like to share with you just 4 brief examples because there are far too many to share. First, the Pacific Women Lead Program and Pacific Girl Project contribute to the ECD ecosystem, addressing foundational social determinants, working with governments, civil society, and communities to address critical areas such as addressing ending violence against women and girls, economic empowerment, SRHR, and climate resilience, which help to create safe, stable environments for our children. The Pacific Girl Project supports adolescent girls by improving access to services and strengthening community protection, including teenage pregnancy. For example, in Vanuatu, CARE's Life Blomi, Voice Blomi project engages both traditional leaders and service providers to improve adolescent well-being with ripple effects for younger siblings and future generations. Second, the Social Citizenship Education Program is implemented through primary schools and communities, equipping teachers, youth facilitators, parents, and leaders with the tools to model and support respectful, nurturing behaviors. That program contributes to the emotional and social foundations essential for ECD, fostering positive social norms and inclusion. Third, the Culture for Development program leads the implementation of the Pacific Regional Culture Strategy. One of our key priorities is cultural well-being, and this recognizes Pacific cultures as central to economic, environmental, and emotional well-being, and significantly to human security in the Pacific. It includes the development of a Pacific Well-Being Indicators framework that we hope to measure elements like social cohesion, cultural security, and community support systems. And finally, the Pacific Data Hub. PDH is the most comprehensive repository of Pacific data. A futures thinking approach to ECD requires data, quality data, and so it may be worthwhile to explore a dedicated ECD dashboard, tracking indicators across health, protection, early learning, and well-being. Development partner support to strengthen country-level capacity for data systems and literacy could enable the transformational change that we need to achieve evidence-based decisions, needs-based programming, and stronger policy alignment across national and regional ECD priorities. And as always, SPC stands to support our members. Vinaka.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. If I may request you also, as you talk about women's health and the Pacific Women Lead, to potentially think about the postpartum care of women, and especially the postpartum depression with some of the neglect issues we've been seeing with children. But thank you for sharing all those 4 areas, each one of them extremely important. With some of the children, we've seen an issue of sense of belonging, and the importance of culture is crucial. So thank you for sharing. And we've heard New Zealand government has been a very important partner for ECD. So I would welcome and say thank you to Rosie Zwart, the Education, Equity and Inclusion Manager from AMFIT New Zealand, to please share. Naka.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, Secretaries, Development Partners, colleagues and friends. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, talofa lava. Thank you to the Government of Samoa for your manaakitanga, your hospitality. And thank you, Honourable Ministers, for outlining the actions, commitments and priorities this morning. On behalf of the Government of New Zealand, I'm honoured to be here among you today to better collaborate on the nurture and care of our Pacific children, our tamariki. A key theme for the 2025 forum is, what does it mean to be a Pacific child? Children born today have the potential to see the 22nd century, and we have the challenge of supporting and nurturing children for a world we cannot even imagine. Families are navigating new pressures, technologies and mobilities in environments impacted by the changing climate and ways of being in a world that we would never have thought possible. But children today also have unprecedented opportunities and the potential to benefit from extraordinary strides in science and innovation. To thrive in this world, we will need to be resilient and adaptable. Language, culture, heritage, and a sense of belonging are important foundations of resilience and are best taught by parents, families, and communities. New Zealand is with and of the Pacific. We are connected by history and culture, the Pacific Ocean, and by our shared values and aspirations for a prosperous, resilient, stable, and peaceful Pacific. Early childhood development is a crucial contributor to these goals. The Māori proverb says, poipoia te kākano kia puawai, nurture the seed and it will flower. The early years of childhood are the most critical time for investment and have the biggest influence on children's development outcomes. New Zealand is a proud supporter of ECD. We have committed 16.6 million New Zealand dollars for multi-sector ECD programming and research between 2018 and 2027. As a core funder of the Building Better Brains program, which covers 8 Pacific countries, we are proud to work with UNICEF and make progress towards the 10 commitments under the Pacifica ECD Call for Action and to strengthen regional governance structures. Building Better Brains is complemented by a New Zealand-funded 3-year ECD and WASH activity in 3 North Pacific countries and an ECD research project in Kiribati. We also support a range of ECD-focused programs across education, health, nutrition, child protection, WASH and climate change sectors across the Pacific. Also, our support for the Pacific Regional Education Framework, PACREF, has strengthened early childhood education through policy development, child safety and curriculum growth. Together, we are stronger across our ECD commitments and investments. We have seen today the solid results that are coming from this program and look forward to further discussions over the coming days. New Zealand remains committed to supporting holistic early childhood development and working with our partners to improve Pacific children's lives. Thank you very much.
May I, on behalf of the Pacific region, also once again express our gratitude to New Zealand for the support provided for ECD, and we look forward to your continuous support. Also, a very important partner is the Australian government, and may I invite Claire McGeechan, the Deputy High Commissioner of Australian High Commission from Samoa.
Whawhatai and talofa lava. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Australian Government, alongside colleagues from the Department of Education. Can I start by thanking the Government of Samoa for hosting this year's Pacific Early Childhood Development Forum and for sharing your usual warmth and hospitality and culture with us all. My 8-year-old son was privileged to be part of the cultural performance last night, doing his very first Siva Afi performance, and in a forum that is all about early learning and development opportunities. I thank Samoa for giving him that and the opportunity to learn a little bit about your culture and perform that on a very important stage in front of this eminent crowd. Can I extend my further thanks to the Pacific Regional Council for ECD and UNICEF for efforts in bringing the forum together. Australia really looks forward to the opportunity to learn from and engage with you all over the course of the next few days. And can I, of course, acknowledge all of the Pacific leaders, honourable ministers here. Thank you for your statements. It's been wonderful to hear about the progress being made across all of your countries and to also hear about the challenges and priorities. A particular shout out as well to the children from this morning. It was wonderful to hear from them as they spoke from the heart. So many of us in the room today understand the importance of early childhood development, not just as professionals, but as parents or carers of our own young families. We have first-hand experience of watching children develop, and we are all united in wanting our youngest learners to be able to become school-ready in safe and stimulating environments. Australia is not immune to challenges in ECD, and that's why the government has committed to investing in initiatives that provide more pathways and better support for our entire community. For example, the Connected Beginnings program. This is supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and families to access culturally appropriate integrated support services, including health and early childhood education and care. I think Australia has a lot to learn from our Pacific partners here in integrating culture into our learning. We know early childhood education and development are key priorities for Pacific leaders. We've heard that today. At this year's Conference of Pacific Education Ministers in Papua New Guinea, ministers acknowledged the critical contribution of culturally and spiritually relevant and inclusive quality early childhood education and development towards foundational learning outcomes, and I've heard that repeated here today. Through the Pacific Regional Education Framework, PACREF, and the Pacifica Call to Action on Early Childhood Development, it's been great to hear about those and progress on those today. These efforts are all about ensuring that no child is left behind. Supporting quality education and early childhood development in the Pacific is a priority for Australia. It opens doors to new opportunities, boosts economic growth, builds resilience and ensures social well-being, while also preserving traditions and culture. Australia is committed to supporting the vision of Pacific leaders as articulated through the 2050 strategy and the PACREF to ensure access to quality education for all. Australia's education support ultimately aims to provide quality, accessible, affordable and inclusive education for all Pacific learners, including the littlest learners. We are committed to the success of the Pacific Regional Education Framework and have several relevant investments and partnerships that contribute to its delivery, including our core support to the University of the South Pacific and our partnership with SPC's Educational Quality and Assessment Program. These regional efforts are, of course, bolstered by our comprehensive and long-term education and early childhood development investments bilaterally, and we're very proud of all of our bilateral partnerships, and I will say particularly here in Samoa, since that's where I'm based, and congratulate Samoa on the great strides that it's made in early childhood development, in building the frameworks around that. Really looking forward to engaging with you all this week. Whawhatai tele lava, soifua mai en manuia.
Thank you, and thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to engaging the next couple of days with the priorities that we will be discussing. Much appreciation from the region. May I now invite the PECREF coordinator of the University of the South Pacific, Mr. Felipe Chitoko.
Thank you, Honorable Facilitator, and Bulavanaka to Honorable Ministers and heads of delegations that are present here today. The contribution from the Pacific Regional Education Framework is the framework that the education ministers had endorsed and approved. It's their program that was endorsed in Nauru in 2018. And it was exactly the same year that the leaders met in Nauru, the Forum Island leaders met in Nauru. And that is when the PRC for ECCE was changed to PRC for ECD, just as a historical background. So it was the same year that PECREF was endorsed by education ministers, and the leaders endorsed the PRC for ECD. So it has been a long journey, and we are happy that a lot of progress that we are hearing now has been achieved from the monitoring work that our colleagues from the PRC for ECE has continued to monitor progress, and we're happy that we have significant progress. The operational level of the PECREF program is mainly organized by your senior officials and the technical people that work in our ministries of education. And the most important level of PECREF is at the political level, and that is where we are now, where the honorable ministers of education and the other important sectors for early childhood development are actually discussing and dialogue on important matters that impact the holistic development of our children in the Pacific. And most importantly, we have reached the Leaders Forum, and we're grateful to Tonga last year for having put education on the agenda of our leaders, and it has become a permanent agenda item for our leaders, and we're really, truly grateful to our leaders for their commitment to education and, of course, to early childhood education. And CPAM, this year, we are happy that the Honorable Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea has also committed to move education at the Leaders Forum in Solomon Islands. And we are also collaborating with our colleagues from Solomon Islands to ensure that education and the outcomes of this forum is taken up to our leaders. So that's part of the role of PECREF at the political level, to try and elevate discussions and outcomes of forums such as this to be elevated to the highest political level within our region. And we are truly grateful that the Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa was also a very dedicated educator, a long-serving education minister in our region. And so we have some very good champions for education, and the opportunity is there for us to take advantage of these opportunities and the commitments of our leaders. And that is part of the work that PECREF and the partners that work on the regional education framework to ensure that all these issues are elevated to the highest political level within our region. And we're also grateful to the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. Deputy Secretary General is here, and they are also standing ready to help us in elevating our issues to the Leaders Forum. And so I think we are at an opportune time to ensure that education is well entrenched within the agenda of our leaders. And we therefore look forward to the outcomes of all these political dialogues within our region to make sure that our children get the best service and the best support from our political leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chitoko. Crucial role. Thank you so much for keeping the agenda alive. May I now invite Dr. Seola Johnson-Fua, Acting Head of School of Pacific Arts, Communication in Education, and Director of Institute of Education, also from University of the South Pacific.
Tapo moe a whia o tuahi o tau hauhaunga. Pea whakatulong moe tofia o I kāinga haamoa. I pay my respect to ancestors past, present, and future. My respect to the Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa and our host, the Government of Samoa. I pay my respect to all honorable ministers and heads of delegations from member countries and development partners and UNICEF. Tulo to the moderator. The University of the South Pacific remains committed to serving the region through our various research, innovation, and teacher education programs that specifically supports education at early childhood education and primary school level. At the Pacific Technical and Further Education, we continue to offer the Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Care and Education, providing a first step in initial teacher training that is a prerequisite to the Diploma Level 5 in ECCE, which in turn has a direct pathway to the bachelor's degree in ECE. Both Pacific 2 qualifications in ECCE are internationally accredited. At the discipline of education, we continue to offer diploma and degree in ECE, and with opportunities for our Pacific students to pursue master's and PhD degrees with further research in these areas. At the Institute of Education, in partnership with the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ministries and departments of education of the Cook Islands, Fiji, Niue, Tonga, and Vanuatu, we offer a specific focus on inclusive education at ECE and primary school level. Through the Tupu Inclusive Education Program, we strive to strengthen collaboration with relevant stakeholders, but in particular, collaboration with communities and parents in supporting not just children with special needs, but improving learning conditions for all children. We invest in contextually relevant research to advance our understanding of Pacific approaches to inclusive practices in the early years. Through our Pacific research methodology, we gain a more holistic understanding of our children's well-being and social cultural support systems that are so critical to improving learning conditions. We are working to strengthen our Oceania Center for Arts and Culture and Pacific Studies, as well as our Pacific Language Unit, to improve our teaching and research in Pacific culture, language, and knowledge systems. Through the PACREF, we continue to support regional coordination and work towards improved collaboration with all other agencies in the region. However, we recognize the challenges of our time, the need for research evidence, for vision, leadership, and innovation as we adapt and strengthen our resilience. As regional civil servants, we know that we still have much more to learn and much more to do and much more to understand about our region. We are here to listen, to observe, and to learn from our member countries. As a regional institution, the university remains committed to the principles of regionalism and our Pacific values. Whawhetai te la lava to our whātu.
Thank you for your sharing. We have time, and I would like to open for some questions and dialogue. Whether there are questions or dialogue to any of the ministers or to the panel in front, I would like to invite any thoughts or reflections for the next 15 minutes. While you are gathering your thoughts, may I, since I have the mic, ask university and the region in particular, you know, we've been talking about culture and music and art forms. Is there any investment or any thought around using art and music for as a therapy or for rehabilitation for slow learners, for autistic children, children with special needs, or children who've gone through abuse. It's hard for us to find those facilitators in the region, and I'm wondering whether there's any thought in investing or training that in that space.
Thank you, Chair, for a very interesting question, and a question that all of us in this room, we all work towards in our own respective countries. The work that we do around the region, we recognize that there are efforts within national systems to support music, to support the arts at secondary school level. Across the region, brass bands and sports are encouraged. At the university, we're a bit slow to respond. We recognize the need, and we hope that in going forward with this question, that we will do better to try and better support our teacher trainers who are at the university and encourage them to take up more of the subjects and the courses that does support physical education and support sports and culture. The opportunity is there for us, and the question is a reminder and a task for me to go back to the university with the question in mind. But thank you, moderator, for the question.
Test. Whakalofalai atu, and thank you all so much for speaking with us today. As I reflect on the comments made by the Honourable Prime Minister this morning, it is not the time for polite conversation, it's the time for bold statements. And so here I am. As I reflect on the stakeholders in the room, it really takes me back to the Health Promoting School Initiatives, an initiative that was between UNESCO and WHO. And that's why I keep saying, where's UNESCO? Where's UNESCO in education and culture? Where's UNESCO in helping us with cultural heritage and other aspects that can complement the work that you're doing, but also meet the needs of our countries? When speaking with colleagues from Tonga, they had told us that one of their heritage projects they've been working on for more than 10 years. I don't want our children to wait for 10 years. So how are we getting a global agency to see the needs of the Pacific and to incorporate us into their plans and intentions? Now, I'm also mindful, UNESCO has the AI framework for education. That is an area that we'd like to take advantage of. That is an area that I'm grateful to UNICEF, who have offered to help us in this area. But where is UNESCO? And I'm grateful that the points of music and arts were brought up. Recently, the government of Niue hosted the Niue Arts and Culture Festival in the month of April, and mindful that the month of April is also Autism Awareness Month. The government of Niue partnered with the Niue Disability Association, Niue Tolomaki Aoloa, to adopt a rock at the airport that they could paint so that the children can help brighten up the airport and share light on our people in our societies that we embrace, that we want to normalize in our society because of the mentalities, traditional mentalities that we've had that we need to break barriers upon. So please, I ask that you also ask, where is UNESCO in the Pacific? Because I'm tired of seeing their work in Africa and Asia and South America and you name it, but we have good stories to tell too. And that was also raised at the WHO health meeting in November last year, highlighting natural disasters in Asia and Africa when we have our stories that we have to tell as well. So please work with us and help us to get our global partners to work with us as well. Whakawelahi.
Thank you for that question. Maybe we'll take a couple more before I give it to the panel. And may I request us to keep it succinct so we are able to listen to as many people as possible. Marshall?
Thank you, moderator. I just wanted to follow up on the question raised by the moderator as it relates to training in autism at the USB. Do you have specific courses that train teachers in autism?
Take one more before we give it to panel. Yes, Nakasama.
Thank you. My question is to SBC. Thank you for those 4 initiatives that you. I'm keen to know if there is room from those 4 initiatives that can be linked to ECD and ECE, particularly towards that KPI 7 that we raised with the support for parenting in communities on ECD. Thank you.
Komono Tata, Honorable Minister from Marshall Island. I will try to answer the question towards inclusive education and the training of our teachers at the university. We have programs for inclusive education. We also have the Tupu program that we're currently running. That particular program in Tupu involves research and gathering data at school level. That data is important so that it improves the way we prepare and teach our teacher trainees for the future. On one level is supporting our teachers to be more aware of inclusive pedagogies, but on a more specialist level is to support children with specialized learning needs. And that particular area, we're still exploring opportunities to strengthen our existing program to do that. The specialist service learning opportunities require partnership with Ministry of Health and other specialized training to work together with teachers in providing those kinds of learning. Again, through the Tupu program, we're trying to better understand what's happening in our classrooms and provide more targeted professional development for our teachers, depending on the students that they have in front of them. Those are the pieces of work that we do at the university to support our teachers in the area of inclusive education. I hope I answered the question, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Malolava to Samoa for the question. So in relation to the 4 examples that I shared, as I mentioned, there are too many examples to share, so I tried to find the 4 most appropriate that we could see the direct alignment or linkages to ECD. Across the organization, there are so many programs that focus on healthy communities, resilient and strong families, which of course have an impact on ECD, right? Our challenge is to use, I suppose, the new age digital natives, our children's language tagging. We have not yet reached the stage where we are effectively tagging our programs. So you might, for example, have a really effective climate response project that's happening working with communities, where they're looking at, for example, psychosocial impacts on families in terms of relocation. And while that's an important aspect of the project simply falls under climate change. And so what we need to get better at the regional level as well as at the national level is to be able to really articulate all the different dimensions of the different pieces of work that we do. So if I go back to the example, the CARE project in Vanuatu, already looking very specifically at ECD, at the preparedness of parents, particularly young parents. One specific aspect of that work is teenage pregnancy, but we also acknowledge the increasing I guess, growing potential epidemic or drug epidemic that's happening across the region, and what that actually means for unborn children, for children who are already born addicts. In Fiji, for example, and elsewhere in the region, the increase in HIV, and what that means when the mother has, is HIV positive, what happens to those children, so preparedness, rehabilitation, and support. But as I mentioned, so that would be cross-cutting, so it would touch on the question that Honorable Sashi had mentioned around health, but we haven't yet reached the point where we're able to articulate it and break it down. And so that brings me back to my final recommendation when I talked about the Pacific Data Hub. We now have a gender dashboard. And because we have a gender dashboard, because the region said, SPC, we need a gender dashboard, there were resources and personnel put towards that. We're now able to better gather statistics, and we're better able to provide analytics about the exact situation. We now also have a youth dashboard. And so my final recommendation was, what might an ECD dashboard look like? Because it's all-encompassing and cuts across all of our other priorities, it would mean, dedicated staff and time to actually look at what that means, whether we are talking about the prenatal period, the postnatal period, whether we're talking about some of the traumas, whether we're talking about the psychosocial impacts, whether we're talking about violence in the community, whether we're talking about village communities, urban, or communities in informal settlements. Often, my personal view is often when we speak to kind of a generic, the Pacific context, or the Cook Island context, or the Samoa context, or the Fiji context, knowing full well that even in each of our communities, the lived reality is very diverse, as well as the needs. And so it comes back to that recommendation. If we were to seriously think about what a dashboard might look like, I think we might be able to better unpack and identify specific needs, and then develop some strategies for targeted approaches. So I hope that helps respond to your question, and of course, happy to continue the conversation. Malo. Oh, and if I might, Honorable Moderator, just in response to the art and culture question, to state that while USB may not yet have those programs, we do know we've had many conversations about them. Also acknowledging the numbers game, that we don't have scholarships in those areas, and it becomes very difficult to maintain a program that's not viable with just 1 or 2 students per year. So perhaps that's something for the region to also think about. But I did want to flag, and again, it's an issue of not tagging, that in terms of our counseling and support, that many of our Pacific counselors already use art and culture as part of therapy, as part of their psychosocial responses, and I feel that there's many lessons to be learned there. We just don't necessarily hear about it. So I wanted to flag that as a possible area of interest for all of us.
Thank you. I would just like to, I'm not trying to defend UNESCO, just to, from the PECREF point of view, as an implementing agency, UNESCO have completed one of the most important regional goods under PECREF, which is on culture, heritage, and languages, which is the ministerial priority as in CPAM. So they worked collaboratively, and they've used their position and their expertise in culture and heritage to develop what we now call the PETALS framework, which is the Pacific Employability, Transformative, All Life Skills, PETALS. So that's, UNESCO has completed that after collaboration with all the countries. So it responds to your priority at CPAM from Auckland and again in Papua New Guinea. So that RG helps your education system embed culture, languages, and all this into your curriculum. And it has been launched. Thank you.
Maybe we'll just take one more last, if there is any other thought. If not, then I know it's been a long morning. Thank you so much for all the deep sharing from each of the countries and each of the panelists. I think other than the emerging issues that we've heard, we've been focused on parenting, cultural parenting, but there are some of the other issues that we haven't really talked about at the country level that seems to be emerging here. Talking about drugs, at least in Fiji, we've seen children being used to be the transporters of drugs. HIV, mother-child transmission, and the struggles around that. Teenage pregnancy is something that all of our countries have struggled with. And what does parenting look like in that context? And the child neglect and the postpartum sort of work, in addition to everything else we've said. And I want to say thank you to you for sharing and thinking. The regional context, each country context is different. We are so not only spread across the oceans with the limitations of transportation and resources, but in each of our countries we have informal, formal, village, traditional, in the different settings, and the realities of each one of these spaces is very different. So as we talk in the next couple of days about parenting, about nutrition, about the first 1,000 days, and then ongoing to ECE, there are lots of other challenges for us to think about. Some of the countries who have good nutrition, but children have poor nutrition, what are the linkages and how are we going to improve as a region are some of the other important things for us to think through. The myths around some of the health challenges in particular are also things hopefully we can address in these spaces and at the national commitment. I know the regional leaders had talked about NCDs more than a decade ago, and we are still struggling with some of that. So what are the commitments we're going to make in terms of our children? So with that, I would like to say thank you once again to each of the countries who've shared, each of the panelists who've taken the time to share. I'm sure there are a lot of questions. In the next 2 days, we will be interacting and sharing. Once again, I would like to say thank you to the government of Samoa, to the UNICEF and each of the donors who've made this conversation possible today. And hopefully in the next few days, we will be able to build bridges, learn from each other, and do more sharing. So when we walk away from here in next few days' time, we are walking with much more clarity and much more purpose in improving our children's health across the region and focused on early childhood development. With that, a big Venaka Vakalevu. And I think it's time for lunch. I'll hand it over back to CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister Sashi Kiran, Honorable Minister from Fiji, for moderating not only our first part, the country statements, but also the statements from our development partners. So we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all of our countries and of course our development partners for your contribution towards the discussions that we have had this morning. We are actually ahead of time. We are just a few minutes before time. So what we are going to do before lunch, first thing, our organizers would still like a photograph of everyone. So immediately afterwards, I will ask, with the exception of our heads of delegations, all of us who are in the back and sitting towards it, if you can make your way towards the room next door, and we'll try and get ourselves organized with our photographers before we have our heads of delegation to come into their assigned seating, then we will have our photo taken. Secondly, while you're having lunch, while we are speaking here at Taumesina, at the Tuia Tupuatam Sese building, is the ECD
summit of those who are the frontliners that are currently, working, and we have the summit going on at this time. Later this afternoon, we would like ministers or any of the delegations who are interested in joining the summit. If you could please inform our team who are wearing the green and peach uniforms, so that we would like to make sure upon the completion of our afternoon sessions, the vehicles will already be outside, that we'll have the correct number of vehicles to transport all of us towards the Tate Summit for those who are taking part in that. We will start for the after lunch at 2:30. 2:30 is 2:30, as we said before. And one last part in preparation to the Honorable Minister from Niue and the questions about UNESCO. There is going to be an invitation to all delegates upon the completion of this conference on Thursday. Thursday evening, there will be a 1-hour meeting with UNESCO here in Talmesina. We don't want the UN agencies fighting over each other, over their space. So they will be here to discuss that even further. Without further ado, I would like to call upon the Honorable Minister of Education from Fiji, Honorable Seri Randrondro, if he can lead us in prayer to bless our lunch, then we'll go to our photograph, and from there straight into lunch. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. Can we all be abstaining? Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we have now come to an important part of the day as we are about to partake in our lunch. We thank you for giving us the wisdom, the patience to discuss in this morning session. We ask that you bless the food that is before us. Nourish us with the wisdom, and we ask all this in Jesus' mighty name.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I please ask everyone who are in the back if you can make your way to the next room so that our photographers can get everyone prepared before we ask our HODs, heads of delegation, agree with me that we do have a job and a task at hand. So thank you very much to those who prepared lunch, and especially the fact that we're all well-nourished and ready to go for the second part of the day. So we'll just give maybe 2 more minutes before we start. We have a few more ministers to arrive, and then we'll go from there. Thank you for your patience. Okay, let's make a start. And thank you all, honorable ministers, your excellencies, and members of delegations from our family around the Blue Pacific that are gathered here. We continue to move forward. I think in the context to really get us back into the mood and the mode of why we're here. Let's go back to the question that Moana put forward to the very first panel. Why do you like your family? Why do you love your family? And the answers of those little ones, may that be ringing back in our ears and our minds as we continue moving in our discussions. Because this is the part that we're going to get quite technical here. This is where we're looking at our regional issues and how it connects with a much larger landscape, that of the global family. And we'll find that ECD is an issue across the globe. And therefore, it's my pleasure and my privilege to invite Professor Aisha Kaiser Yousafzai and Soana Kaitapu, who will be leading us in this presentation for this part of the afternoon. When the little ones were answering, I'll just say this, I was smiling to myself. Why? Because I have a house of girls. My eldest is 24 going on 25. The second has just turned 18, and in a very big gap, one has just turned 4. I will admit The 4-year-old is a COVID baby. There was no social distancing in my house. But, the fact that you have a house of girls, and when, why do you love your family? In my case, why do you love the family? Because they give me white hair. And I think we all understand that. So while I said that earlier on, this is now a session that we're looking at. But I want us to go back and reflect back to the answers of those little ones this morning. They love their family, why? And what is the Pacific that they want to see in the future? And therefore, we put that forward to you while we're listening to our presenters who are about to present to us. So without further ado, we'd like to invite Professor Yousafzai from the University of Harvard, who will lead us in our presentation this afternoon, together with Soana Kaitapu. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me begin first by thanking our hosts, the Government of Samoa, honourable ministers, UNICEF, development partners, and distinguished delegates for the opportunity to present the global evidence today. Over the last 25 years, my research has focused on the promotion of the youngest citizens' well-being and the well-being of their caregivers. So it truly is a great honor to be able to present some of the recent global evidence in a region which has really championed and truly exemplified political leadership, policy leadership in this space. So together with my colleague Soana Kaitapu, we will be sharing an overview of the global evidence, the most recent global evidence on young children's development, with a particular focus on the next 1,000 days and its implications for the Pacific region. So firstly, what do I mean when I talk about the first and the next 1,000 days, and how are these two periods of early life connected? Well, all of us here are very familiar with hearing the term the first 1,000 days of life, that important critical period from conception through to the first 2 years of life, where it is absolutely critical for us to intervene early in order to reduce, preventable early deaths in this early phase of life, to be able to establish strong foundations in order for children to have healthy trajectories in their growth, in their cognitive, language, motor, and social emotional development. However, the story doesn't end at age 2. We need to be able to continue to build on these early gains and continue to invest through the next 1,000 days of life. That is age 2 into the pre-primary period. And this is critical because it allows us an opportunity to sustain and build on those gains in the first 1,000 days. It also allows us to recalibrate trajectories where opportunities might have been lost. After all, there are always second chances for catch-up. And importantly, we need to look at that whole life course and understand that while family and home remain constants in the young child's life, they are going to be increasingly exposed to environments outside of their family and home. This includes increasing exposure in community spaces and, of course, in early childhood care and education settings. So how do we ensure that in partnership with families, that those transitions are successful? So by connecting the first and the next 1,000 days, we're really building foundations that together can reduce the burden of infectious illnesses across the globe, particularly respiratory illnesses, diarrheal illness. We're reducing poor growth, particularly stunting or poor height for age in young children, a marker of chronic malnutrition and adversity in childhood. And of course, mitigating the risk for poor development, which at the moment impacts about 250 million children, or 43% of under fives in the majority world, in low and middle income countries. So what does the recent evidence suggest about where the opportunities are to intervene for young children, building on those early investments in the first 1,000 days and transitioning through to the preschool period? In our review that was published in the Lancet Medical Journal late last year, we reviewed the global literature, the extent of it, particularly the literature that was pertinent to what was happening for young children in the majority world, in low and middle income countries. And from this evidence, we draw 4 major conclusions. The first, and this is building on many of the discussions this morning, is that we must continue to build on parenting investments from the first 1,000 days to the next 1,000 days. However, while there has been a growth in how we support and guide parents for children in the first 3 years of life, there are far less evidence-based or evaluated parenting interventions that are really tailored to the developmental needs of children in the next 1,000 days, in that 2 to 5-year-old age group. And it's important that as we think about what these parenting programs look like, that we don't only think about what the needs of the child are and the outputs of the child, but in order for the child to be well, we need to think about the family as a whole. And therefore, it's absolutely critical that we think about broadening what inputs we provide for parents in terms of support, to think about prevention of violence within the home, including gender-based violence, to think about reducing the burden of care so that it's not solely on mothers, but it's part of a family care process, which includes the engagement of fathers and male caregivers. It includes not only thinking about children's learning development, but also the mental health and the social emotional development of young children, as well as the mental health of their caregivers. Just to put this in context, in the antenatal and postpartum period, maternal depression impacts about 20% of women in the majority world, in low and middle income countries. That is twice the prevalence than what we observe in high income countries, which stands at about 10%. And beyond the postpartum period, we know that parental stress continues to persist. So this is something we cannot afford to negate if we are really to ensure that children thrive. And it's absolutely important that if we want children to transition successfully from their home and their family environments to be able to thrive in preschools, then we need effective family and school or family and early childhood education partnerships. The global evidence shows that where these engagements between family, community, and school are strong, where values and expectations align, where parents are properly engaged with what is happening with their children in the early education spaces, that children's development and learning outcomes do better than when we only focus on those early childhood education spaces without parent and community engagement. In the second takeaway, we focus specifically on the access, equity, and quality about learning outside of the home. Before the pandemic, only about 54% of preschoolers had access to early childhood care and education services worldwide. And there was inequity that's observed within populations and between countries, with about 80% of young children in high-income countries accessing these services to as low as 20% in some of the poorest countries. So equity is something that we really need to think about in the way that we invest our budgets and we think about targeting to ensure that all children are able to reach these services. We also know that simply access and participation isn't enough. We know that it's when there is quality that we see the benefits to children's development outcomes, particularly with regards to their cognitive skills. And so quality truly matters. And there are some universal constructs in quality, and it was really a great pleasure to hear about the investments being made in the frontline workforce in early childhood education in the region, about having standardized ECE curriculums, and importantly about the training support both pre-service and in-service. But it's also important to think about what do we mean locally when we think about quality? What are the quality that matters when it comes to parents' expectations, the cultural expectations, the values that parents want to see within the ECE space? And how do we ensure that that is manifested, implemented within those spaces? When quality programs are accessed, we see larger benefits for more disadvantaged children. Again, building on the arguments that we need to ensure that no child is left behind. And the benefits in high-quality programs tend to be equal for both girls and boys alike. But we know worldwide that not only are we not paying sufficient attention to quality, in addition to monitoring participation, we need to have consensus on what indicators matter in terms of quality, and this will vary from context to context. Thirdly, multisectorality continues to be important, and in particular, nutrition and early learning. We know that as we transition from the first 1,000 days to the next 1,000 days, the nutrition problems continue to persist. Micronutrient deficiencies, anemia, and undernutrition persist in this age group, alongside an increasing number of children and their caregivers with overweight and obesity, a high risk for future adult cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, non-communicable illnesses. And there is evidence in the global literature that when children are exposed to high-quality early childhood education and early childhood parenting programs, we can reduce the risk of future non-communicable illnesses. And it's important to think about where do we make the connections. So in the first 1,000 days of life, children are more likely to have contact with the health systems, with health services. But as that contact reduces, when education starts to take more of the lead role, we need to think about how do we promote this bundling of nutrition and early childhood development and learning within ECE platforms. And how do we do that in a way that doesn't cause burden to the frontline workers? Because teachers already have an incredibly important job in supporting young children's learning. So how do we bring these packages together in a way that supports them and doesn't burden them? And we also need to be paying much more attention in evidence building about what works for children with disabilities. We know that about 8% of children in any population are at risk or have developmental disabilities. And it is to the shame of the field that we have not, over the last 20 years, truly advanced inclusive strategies, either in parenting spaces or in early childhood care and education spaces. And so this is where cross-learning across regions is going to be really critical. And of course, we know, and we will continue to speak in the next 2 days about climate and children. And in our review, in an extensive look at the evidence-based literature, what we found is that much of the literature on climate impacts in young children comes from high-income minority settings, yet where the majority of children live and where we know the climate impacts are going to be seen first and worst, we have the least evidence-based information. So understanding how to work on these strategies and share these learnings to other settings is going to be critical. So as we've spoken, the challenge of development and learning is multi-sectoral. We need to ensure that across all nurturing inputs, children have access to adequate health, nutrition, safety and security, responsive caregiving, and early learning opportunities. Yet, in an assessment of more than 54,000 children, our data revealed that only 1 in every 4 young child receives adequate nurturing care inputs in low and middle income countries. This leaves close to 182 million children in this preschool age group lagging. And that's not the fault of parents. It's the fault of inequities within our services and within our systems. It's to do with limited resources. And those are the things that we need to change the story around. What we do know from the data of that same number of children is that when children receive early learning and development supports, they tend to thrive. So what this figure shows is that where children receive no early learning opportunities, no responsive caregiving opportunities through participation in parenting programs, their motor, literacy, and numeracy and social emotional skills tends to be low. As children have access to early childhood care and education services, this increases. But it's optimal. Children are almost 2 years ahead in their developmental skills when they receive a bundled package of adequate parenting supports alongside early childhood care and education services, along with a variety of early learning materials within the home environment. One of the other things our review revealed that while the majority of children live, 90% of children live in low middle income countries, only 5% of the evidence-based interventions that are published really focus on these contexts. And so supporting local capacity to generate evidence, supporting leaders within regions is going to be really critical to build the evidence that is context-specific to regions like the Pacific. So what are the opportunities and focus areas that we need to think about in early childhood services based on these reviews? The first is that development in the next 1,000 days, like the first 1,000 days, is multidimensional. That risks accumulate and they're continuous, and therefore we need to take a life course perspective. And I always think about transitions in the life course. Transitions are where children can be vulnerable, whether it's the transition in the very first month of life, whether it's transition as we go from home to preschool, and then later in the life course, whether it's transitions that we need to build upon when we think about what works for adolescents. So thinking about those vulnerable points in the life course and how we support it are absolutely critical. We need to have more evidence about the environments that influence development that are context-specific. Global data is great at identifying universal trends, but there are always unique considerations for every context and every region. And we need to not just talk about the first 5 years as a block, but infancy is very different from toddlerhood, is very different from pre-primary. And we need to be making sure that our parenting programs are being tailored to these different stages within that early life course. And again, generate much more evidence about what works in supporting families as a whole in times of climate. And how do we leverage effective multi-sectoral partnerships? So the gaps that are important for the region to consider as we go forward is how do we address parenting as a whole by including things like family mental health and violence prevention and nutrition. While early childhood education settings are critical, they are a protective environment for promoting development. So how do we position them to be a real center, a real hub for multi-component programs without harming or mitigating outcomes for individual programs? And how do we ensure successful transitions from the home environment to the school environment through effective partnerships between home, community, and school? I'll hand over to my colleague Suana to focus much more on the Pacific region.
Thank you, Aisha. Ko le ke whatulaua te whatapu o suno whaoko, ka mataanga e whataha ikin. Ka e tā mo au ke whahoko ata ki whamatara no nope, whikau aki mo ka weinga e honi. Māori, ni pula vinaka, kia ora ana, good whala welcome, whakalofa lahi atu, Iakue, Ali'i, Maloni, Malo lau malie, talo falava. Distinguished guests of this prestigious forum, please allow me to give an overview of how our young Pacifica children are faring with regards to their early development. A snapshot in the region. As you have heard earlier, early childhood development is a holistic approach towards encompassing health, education, welfare, and child protection, aimed at fostering positive early childhood learning and development. A child born in the Pacific today would only be 48% as productive than they could be if they had access to complete early childhood development support and access to health and education opportunities along the life course. Poor child growth and inadequate infant and young child feeding practices persist alongside increasing numbers of mothers and young children who are overweight. Improvement in under 5 mortality rates are observed, but the risk remains nearly 2 times greater for children in rural compared to urban areas. On average, the proportion of children from ages 3 to 4 are developmentally on track, 70%, around 70%. There are a number of indicators predominantly used to determine state of nutrition for young children: stunting, wasting, malnutrition, which is either as underweight or overweight. Stunting, which is a low height for age, a marker of chronic malnutrition, remains prevalent in the region, which is also seeing increasing numbers of maternal and young child overnutrition. There are disparities across the region with respect to micronutrient deficiencies and infant and young child feeding practices. For example, anemia among women will vary from 25% to 38%, and among children from 27% to 49%. 2, inclusive breastfeeding in the first 6 months of life will range from 39.6% to 77.1%. Minimal dietary diversity among young children will vary from 9.3% to 54%. The graph here gives some country examples of these nutrition indicators. In comparison to the other indicators, stunting is very high, not only within country, but shows to prevail across most of our Pacific islands. Obesity is also a regional challenge. The South Pacific Commission has highlighted the need to pay more attention to child obesity across the region. Children with obesity are at a higher risk of developing non-communicable diseases in adulthood. Global data highlights that childhood obesity is highest in the Pacific region. Let's have a look now at how our children are doing in early education. The next 1,000 days, from 2 to 5 years old, positions early childhood education as the crucial platform to navigate holistic support for young children. We have come a long way in the development of ECE across our Pacific. There has been tremendous progress in access, some countries reaching almost 100%, much higher than global average of 72.4%, and others making slow but steady progress. Increased participation in ECE is a result of country investment through dedicated and increased budget to ECE, increased workforce capacity, supporting legislations and policies, and more public support and appreciation of the importance of ECE. This is not an easy ask for governments with limited resources, juggling with how to distribute resources equitably. We acknowledge our achievements in ECE, yet we still have a long way to go to ensure that no Pacifica child is left behind, and that all children, regardless of their circumstances, participate fully and meaningfully in quality ECE. A significant number of children still cannot access early childhood education, especially in countries who are below 50% participation. There are countries whose data is not portrayed in this graph. Countries without enrollment data reflects regional challenge of generating and consolidating regional data on access, early learning, and development indicators. While our Pacific Island countries and territories have made progress in provision of ECE, there should be more attention afforded to equity, quality, cultural relevancy, and inclusion. These are needed to support learning outcomes and readiness for primary school. Outcomes for children are better in quality ECE programs. As mentioned earlier, the benefit of providing a minimum of 1 year of quality ECE to all children are on average 8 to 19 times greater than the cost of implementing these services. Within our region, early years learning outcomes emphasize preparing children for readiness and equipping them with skills for future success. Key areas of focus include language development, literacy, numeracy, social-emotional skills, and understanding of their own culture and heritage. And with the impacts of climate change and recent emergencies, we should prioritize developing resilience and promoting positive attitude towards learning with our young children. Quality ECE is indicated through the programs that we offer in ECE services, the teacher capacity, knowledge, skills, and the resources available, the physical structure of ECE services, and the teaching and learning resources. An overview of the programs offered in the Pacific region, 14 out of 15 countries has an early years curriculum. Only 3 has an early learning standards, and only 1 has a completed and implemented early childhood specific quality standards. Teachers are trained in the ECE workforce through teacher education and qualification. Instructional support and ongoing professional development are present, so is the emphasis on positive teacher-child interactions. There are support for teachers to implement the curriculum, although the support still lags in some countries. Teacher salary has shown an increase. Retention is also still an issue with regards to higher salary in the primary sector and some countries not supporting teacher salary. Teachers in the Pacific Islands are experiencing challenges to their mental health and well-being. We strive in the ECE sector to provide a variety of learning materials and to ensure interactions, dialogic reading strategies. The Pilner report showed that 67% of learners at year 4 demonstrated a minimal proficiency in numeracy, which is only 43% in literacy, with males falling behind female students. The regional review of ECE curriculum, Pacific employability, transferable, and all life skills framework, the PETALS that mentioned earlier, recommend to support development of pedagogical guidance and tools to support teaching and learning in ECE and transition years. Parent engagement is ECE. Parents and communities know their children best. Their involvement in ECE is not only beneficial to improving learning outcomes, but also essential for developing and implementing curricula that are fit for purpose. Parent engagement is paramount in all stages of early development. And no, parent engagement is not the rushed drop-offs at school and the attendance at PTA meetings once a term. Parent engagement requires us carers to be present and responsive to young children at all ecological contexts, in our homes and in their school settings. It requires us to provide stimulations and encourages their physical, cognitive, emotional, social, and language development. It requires us to work in partnership with teachers, school leaders, even making meaningful contributions and constructive feedback to the school's programs and curriculum. Early stimulations and responsive care are strongly associated with improved ECD outcomes. Parent and other significant carers engaged in early stimulation with 3 to 4-year-olds vary across the region. For example, 90% in Fiji and 77% in Kiribati. Effective strategies include home visit to promote at-home simulations, group meetings and virtual communications and networking to facilitate and nurture care for development and protection, including the prevention of violence against children. Access to learning materials, however, is low, ranging from 4% to 25%. This access is having 3 reading books at home. Parent engagement in ECE recognizes and acknowledges parents as guardians, as the foremost carers and educators of their children. It means creating partnership between ECE services, families, and communities rooted in the religious and cultural identities of the region. We as a region have identified parent engagement as slow in progress, with advancing family and community partnerships being the weakest. Initiatives towards parent engagement are often isolated and small scale. There has been talk about culturally grounded early childhood education and early childhood development. The Pacific Regional Culture Strategy 2022-2032 defines culture as the way of life of a particular group of people, including their values and belief system, worldviews, philosophies, and knowledge systems that are expressed through their languages. Our Blue Pacific identity, the embracing of our cultural diversity, the respect for our national sovereignties, how to honor and reflect our rich values and traditions does not sprout without origin. In a time where change and development is at a very fast pace, we can no longer take it for granted that our young children will organically learn our cultures and values through social interactions. There needs to be an expert other to ensure that our children grow up immersed and appreciate our languages, cultures, and values. The Pacific Regional Culture Strategy also states, our future is in our past. Our future, our children. We as Pacific people have a collective responsibility to ensure that our children are grounded in our values, cultures, and languages. In education, there's often a difference in perspective as to whose roles and responsibilities it is to ensure our children are culturally grounded, whether it is the role of the parents or role of the school. Early childhood education services has a responsibility to nurture children's cultural awareness, appreciation, and demonstration. This is reflected in the recent commitment of education ministers on the recent Conference of Pacific Education Ministers, or CPAM. The meeting prioritized Indigenous knowledge, culture, and language as crucial for strengthening resilience of learners through Pacific identity, culture, arts, and language. There have been efforts made in trying to embed our Pacific identity and values in the ECE arena. Some are done formally through formal curriculum and specific allocations on language use, prioritizing the use of vernacular over English. Others are practiced through the informal curriculum of songs, stories, dances, arts, and games. We can do a lot more, looking at enabling policies and enabling environment that is knowledgeable on our culture, traditions, and values. This may mean documenting and relearning who we are in our Pacific identities. Inclusive education is defined by Pacific Regional Inclusive Education Framework, brief. Schools should accommodate all children, regardless of their physical, intellectual, social, emotional, linguistic, or other conditions. They should include children with disabilities, gifted children, street and working children, children from remote or migrant populations, children from linguistic, ethnic, or cultural minorities, and children from other disadvantaged or marginalized areas of groups. Inclusive education requires educational systems in schools to identify and implement ways of successfully educating all children. How do we do this? The Pacific Regional Education Framework has prioritized five key areas. 1, enabling policies and legislations for inclusive education, raising awareness about inclusive education in schools and wider community, providing appropriate training and professional learning to enable leaders and teachers to implement effective inclusive practice, strengthening partnerships between schools, parents, and community members, and lastly, develop best practice pedagogy and curriculum for inclusive practices and accessibility. Inclusion in ECE is also about multi-sectoral coordination at school level. ECE platforms serve as an opportunity to provide complementary services to support ECD. Example, promotion of healthy behaviors, proper nutrition. ECE services with parent and community engagement yield more beneficial outcomes for young children, especially for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Country profiles suggest that many countries struggle with coordinating and consolidating ECD programs and indicators. ECD-related ministries often working in silos. Inclusion in early childhood education is not only about providing access, but also ensuring that all children participate in the learning process and that each child learns and develops to his or her full potential. These processes involve a number of things, including necessary early learning curriculum and program are in place, that facilities and resources cater for all children, and that teachers are supported to be able to provide equitable learning opportunities for children. Equity in early childhood education. Equity is about fairness and social justice. It strives to eliminate biases, assumptions, stereotypes, and structural and systemic barriers that can disadvantage certain groups of children. Measuring equity in education involves assessing the fairness of educational opportunities and outcomes across different groups of children, ensuring that everyone has the chance to learn and develop to their full potential, regardless of their background or circumstances. This is done by examining access to resources, support given to children, and the learning and development they experience. Why is this important? It promotes academic success by addressing inequities. Early childhood educators can create a more level playing field for all children, leading to better academic outcomes. Investing in equity can help reduce disparities. in educational attainment and life opportunities. Equity helps children feel safe, valued, and included, which is crucial for their social and emotional well-being. In our Pacific, there is an urgency that we provide an education that is more equitable. The equity provides us with a frame to scrutinize contributing factors and finer details within our school systems that prevent certain groups of children and their families from accessing and participating fully in early childhood education. Some of these factors include children's emotional well-being, which can be disrupted by violent discipline sparked by the state of parents and guardians, carers' physical and mental well-being. In our region, families and their children experience life differently. Unfortunately, some family situations and circumstances negatively impact quality of life for children. 1 million children in the 14 Pacific Island countries and territories are disproportionately affected by disasters and the impacts of climate change, constituting to 42% of the total population. Due to inequities between children in terms of access to vital resources, two children equally exposed to a specific hazard may be affected differently. Disadvantaged children, such as those in remote and rural areas, economic hardship, and with additional needs, stand to benefit the most from ECE. How do we as a region, work with these children to ensure they access and participate meaningfully in quality, equitable ECE? We have made good progress towards addressing inclusive issues prevalent in education, both at systems and at school level. However, we still have a fair distance to go. In that journey is the need to revisit our notion of children with abilities, children's abilities. A Pacifica view of children's abilities is somewhat of that, depicting a dichotomy. Children are either able or disabled. Our approaches, especially inside the classrooms, reflect our compartmentalized rather than the linear realities of children's abilities. Abilities come in a continuum. There are many children not getting the tailored care that they need in ECE settings, such as children with autism, children with ADHD, gifted children, children with speech delay, children with vision and hearing impairment, and children feeling the brunt of economic hardship. And of course, children that takes their time to digest concepts, while alongside their peers are children that makes learning look effortless. We should invest in the support needed to increase capacity, expertise, and specialization of the ECE workforce, to work with children not only with disability, but also with varying additional needs. A way forward and a question to ask ourselves, do we have the mechanisms in place in ECE to identify and address developmental delays and disability in young children? Provide individualized support and interventions needed to ensure that every child reaches their full potential. Thank you. I will now pass this back to Aisha, who will take the next slide.
So, given the progress in the region, what can we learn from the global data about what programs work and what are the associated costs with these programs? So, in the global evidence, we reviewed 100 robustly implemented programs from different regions in the world that really focused on early childhood. These were cash transfers, early childhood education, nutrition, parenting, and multi-component or multi-sectoral programs. We found that all of these interventions, all of these programs had strong potential impacts for children's development, and that these programs were beneficial across all regions of the world, and that they supported not only children's cognitive development, but also their language skills, their social emotional skills. When we looked at these programs one by one, we found that the impacts were moderate for cash transfers and for nutritional programs. We saw larger benefits for ECE programs and for parenting programs, and we saw moderate benefits when multi-sectoral programs came together. But these were particularly large when it came to the combination of early learning and nutrition. And therefore, we need to know better how to implement these multi-sectoral combinations, these bundles of programs. It not only matters whether these interventions work in the short term, but what can we learn about these interventions in the longer term? And one of the data sets that we have at our disposal is the Programme for International Student Assessments, or PISA studies, which enables us to look at data worldwide. And what this figure shows is that when children have had any exposure to early childhood education, they have, in later life, higher mathematics, reading, and science scores. We often talk about the minimum of 1 year of early childhood education, and that's essential. Children will definitely benefit from that 1 year of quality ECE services. But if we can provide longer, as we can see on the bars at the far right, the outcomes and benefits to their later life mathematical, reading, and science abilities will be even greater. We also have data from the Young Lives cohort, which is looking at children's progress from Ethiopia, from India, from Vietnam, and from Peru. And what the Young Lives show is that when children have had exposure to early childhood education, 15 years later, they have higher mathematical scores. So we can still see the benefits of early childhood education into late adolescence and young adulthood. This is similarly seen when it comes to their verbal scores, so exposure to early childhood education in later adolescence will still have benefits. And we can also see that when children who have had exposure to early childhood education, in later life they are less likely to be consuming alcohol, and these are particularly pronounced in Ethiopia, where there was a much greater percentage point difference between children that were exposed to ECE than children that were not exposed to ECE. So broadly, we know that the development gains in early childhood, whether it's your cognitive skills, your social emotional skills, or important skills like your self-regulation or working memory, all predict later life outcomes. They all predict how well a child is doing in adolescence and early adulthood. So what are the costs of providing universal early childhood education access with quality? We know that on average, this is about $337 per child per year in the majority world, in low and middle income countries. There will be variation across contexts, but we know that this is less than 0.5% of GDP in low-income settings. We can also think about what are the benefits or the costs of inaction. So here we make a number of assumptions. For example, we assume that access to early childhood education can improve children's cognitive development by a modest amount. We improve that each standard deviation increase in their learning ability is linked to a 13% increase in their capacity of adult wage earnings. We assume that children will enter the labor market immediately after school and will remain in work for about 45 years. And we conservatively assume an annual wage growth of about 1%. And discounting for future benefits at 3%. What this shows us is the cost of inaction, not investing in early childhood development and learning, will be about 0.7% of GDP in high-income countries, through to 2.4% of GDP in upper middle-income countries, and 4.1% of GDP in low and middle-income countries, and 6.8% in some of the poorest low-income countries. So in other words, the cost of inaction is something we cannot afford to do over time. So the key messages of our talk, from the global evidence and from the progress that we've seen from the region, is that the next 1,000 days is key. It's important to continue to invest on the inputs that have been made in the first 1,000 days to continue the trajectory of healthy growth and development. There's a robust and rapidly growing evidence that shows that these inputs together not only have short-term benefits, but longer-term benefits. And we know that quality of early childhood education programs is essential if we are going to see those benefits sustain. But this does not happen alone. It needs to happen with parent guidance and support programs, with cash transfers, and with nutritional interventions in order to really make optimal benefits for young children's outcomes. We know that early childhood education services can be a key platform for bringing together multi-sectoral inputs. However, we need to think carefully about how to do this so that it is manageable, feasible, and cost-effective. We also need to ensure that we're paying enough attention to both access, quality, and equity. And we know that if we do this, the provision of providing a minimum of 1 year of ECE to all children costs on average less than 1% of GDP. But the benefits of doing so are on average 8 to 19 times larger than the cost of implementing these services across these same settings. So continuing to invest in young children in the next 1,000 days, building on those very early investments in the first 1,000 days, can help countries to achieve the ambitious global, regional, and national targets that we have established for ourselves in this early childhood space. And I'll hand over to Suana to highlight some of the recommendations that we suggest for the region.
With the data that has been presented to us through science and research, through country-specific surveys, through ECD initiatives and visions, we would like to make some recommendations for this forum to consider. For the Pacific Regional Council of ECD, for ECD, PRC for ECD, we recommend that they formalize a Pacific ECE task force that can inform education and ECD leaders on the importance and priorities for ECE in the Pacific and promote the sharing of insights on ECE across the Pacific. We recommend that they mandate the commissioning of a Pacific-wide study on the quality, relevance, and inclusiveness of ECE to inform regional and national action to strengthen teaching and learning ECE in the early years of early primary education. We recommend that they strengthen the integration and multi-sectoral ECD services through ECE centers, transforming them into inclusive hubs that provide nutritious meals, health and hygienic education, access to child health and development screenings, nutrition support, and other family support services. We recommend that they affirm the importance of supporting home-school partnership and early learning and stimulation in the home environment, including through parenting programs, community awareness and advocacy, and parent engagement ECE centers. We also recommend that they mandate integration of inclusive early detections, referral and intervention systems within ECE centers across the Pacific to support optimal ECD through timely identification of developmental delays and disabilities. For the governments in the region, we would like to ask that they commit to investing at least 0.15% of GDP on interventions that support ECD and learning, with tracking of budgets at national and subnational levels. We recommend that governments integrate screening and early intervention in ECE centers in partnership with health services to identify and support children at risk of visual and hearing impairments, developmental delay and disability, and malnutrition, and for mothers, caregivers with elevated depressive symptoms to get the support, identify effective cross-sector partnerships, and share learning of successful strategies. For example, ECE and nutrition, ECE, cash transfer, and parenting programs. And lastly, we recommend that governments track progress in ECD and learning outcomes with the integration of ECE data collection and national surveys for both children in the first 1,000 days of life and for children in the next 1,000 days of life to improve programs, access, equity, and quality.
And lastly, we know that the region, to enact all of these recommendations that might be prioritized, requires effective regional and international partners, and development partners play a role in this. So we recommend and suggest supporting innovations in the use of data to track, but not only to track, but to guide practical improvements in the quality of programs that support young children. To continue to invest in evidence generation on climate and young children in the region that further strengthens policy and program guidance. To invest in contextually relevant research to advance inclusive practices in the early years, and to really build global leaders from the region in this space. To engage Pacific researchers with global experts to generate that local evidence, and to create an evidence-informed and culturally grounded suite of interventions to support and guide families on parenting, including delivery via early childhood education platforms. So we hope that in conclusion, this provides us all further stimulation for discussion. In closing, I would just like to acknowledge that the data that I presented globally is the result of a global consortium of experts from around the world that contributed to the Lancet series across 2 papers. And all of these can be accessed in links and resources that I'm sure can be shared with all of the delegates here. And with that, we thank you.
Thank you, Professor Aisha and Suhana, for that was, as we said, technical, but very heavy. A lot of information to digest. I will open the floor for any comments or questions from heads of delegation and then anyone else who is here in this room. Yes, from the Honorable Minister from Fiji.
Thank you for the presentation. Very useful. Maybe for us, one of the things I was wondering, why do we not have violence against children on the Pacific agenda? Because it is a challenge, or not, and from the data that we can see, 80 to 90% children face violence. And you'd have seen in Fiji report, we are looking at how do we do national prevention plan for prevention of child abuse. So that is a worry, because when a child is broken by family compared to climate change, which is bad, I mean, but emotionally, once a child's broken, it's really hard to fix. And that's why my question was also, do we have enough people doing rehabilitation using music, art, and theater? Because the children who are facing violence, unhealed trauma then continues to impact the nation. So I'm wondering a little bit about that and how we're going to deal with that as a region. But also data that showed maternal depression of 20%. In Fiji, there is a poor recognition, I'm not sure about the region, but the importance of postpartum care and postpartum depression, I think, is crucial. And we don't have data, so we've just started working with Ministry of Health on, because mothers come for postnatal clinic, but the depression factor wasn't there, so we just involving Ministry of Health in postnatal care. The question about ADHD, autism, lupus in Melanesia, there are all these other issues with smaller children, like in early childhood, when we are recognizing that, what sort of services are we looking at, if any? And I know the NCD, I mean, it's shocking to see the obesity rate in the Pacific is the highest in the world. At the same time, we have malnutrition. And it makes me wonder about what can we do. I think in 2012, Pacific Forum leaders talked about NCD, malnutrition, obesity, more than 10, 15 years ago, and we're still talking about it. So as a region, what are we going to do about it? And I thought with UNICEF ambassadors or our own sports personalities, the reason we have the issue of malnutrition is not because we lack food. PNG rated very highly. Fiji, we grow our own food. We have abundance of food. But the reason is the choices the parents make on behalf of the children in giving them processed food. So I'm wondering whether the children marketing aspect, when burgers and fish and chips is marketed on TV, so children want that. But I'm wondering whether through UNICEF ambassadors or our own sports people in the region, whether we're able to market our own bundles of ro-ro and fish and say, well, this is what made our sports people successful. Or some very concerted effort has to be made in reaching out to children in terms of dealing with the factor of malnutrition and obesity. And maybe finally, I'm thinking, most parents are putting their children in front of cartoon networks. And when we're talking about culture and healthy foods and things, I'm wondering whether Pacific, through our universities, could invest in cartoon networks for our cultural context, whether we want to deal with nutrition or different things, so our children are not exposed to just the violent networks. So as you were presenting, I was thinking, what do we do about it? Because we can keep talking about the problems, but just some thoughts I wanted to share. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Aisha, would you like to respond?
Sure. So I think all of those are incredibly important points. And one of the things that I would like to highlight is globally in the field, we're only really starting to recognize that when we think about parenting programs, we shouldn't just be thinking about a singular outcome, such as let's improve early stimulation and have a cognitive development outcome. We know that we need to think of a whole of family approach. And I can share just a few examples, which I think from different settings around the world that could be considered and contextualized and thought through for the specific context here. But things that we know that have worked to benefit young children's outcomes include, for example, not just a focus of parenting programs on the mothers, but co-parenting parenting programs. So we know that when fathers have been actively engaged, you can reduce harsh discipline against children, you can support mental well-being within families. So I think that's one example of a strategy that is being explored. Some of the risks of doing so is by rushing to implement these programs without thinking first about the formative work to understand what is the best way to message to male caregivers, to message to fathers, to have their active engagement. So you can't simply put the same parenting program as you design for female caregivers to fathers. In terms of mental health, we know that it's really, really critical that the programs that have intentional components that are just focused on caregivers' mental well-being, rather than only focusing on the caregiver-child interaction or the child's needs. So you need the programs that tend to be more effective in reducing caregiver distress, in reducing depressive symptoms, are those that have a balance of components which include support for the caregivers. And there are packages available, including the UNICEF Caring for the Caregiver package that can be combined and bundled with parenting supports for young children. So those are just a few examples. And one area which is being advanced for children with developmental disabilities is through an international organization called Autism Speaks that have developed a parenting package for parents of children with neurodiversity. And that is not designed to be prescriptive, it's designed to be adapted for different settings. So it has to be culturally tailored, it has to be contextually tailored. But these are some of the early work that's happening. So all of this is emerging in the field, but we do have examples that can be shared across regions.
Thank you, Professor. Is there any other comments or questions from members of the floor? Yes, the Honourable Minister from Niue.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and in fact reflecting back to the children's panel this morning. I did say to the Honourable Minister how I feel sorry for our children these days because they don't have Indiana Jones and they don't have James Bond 007 movies to watch like we did growing up. And you know, the inspiration for adventure and problem solving and fixing a problem with a paperclip, all of these things to help our children, you know, expand their mindset. I do think that it's important for us to highlight socioeconomic changes. I mean, our lives back before compared to children now, in a previous actually in the Child Wellbeing Forum, we talked about how the traditional, the village raises a child, how that's starting to weaken. Before, we would all want to know our neighbours, and now some of us are happy walking straight past them. So there are social elements within our societies that are changing. Before, it would only be dad going to work. Now, mum and dad both work. Sometimes they have to work overtime because things are so expensive. And we have aspirations for our children that cost money. But I think another important aspect that also needs to be highlighted and strengthened is the impact of our children using devices. And whatever device, the impacts on their brains as young children, the impact on them being able to regulate their social emotional behaviour. Those are modern aspects, I think, that we also need to consider in this space and raise awareness with our parents because we're so eager, and I'm guilty, so eager to just give a device to my child because it'll keep them quiet, but, you know, it's not healthy. And the scientific evidence towards this needs to be highlighted and raised so that people can realise the real impact that they're actually doing to their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your comments. Honourable Minister from Cook Islands.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our presenters. One of the things that has been very quiet from the front is the impact of AI and technology on our future generation. Thanks.
Well noted, Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable Minister from Tokelau.
My question, it seems to me that implication of 1,000 days starts from day one. Is it from birth? Because I want to go beyond that to conception to see what's happening, what are the impacts of. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Aisha, would you like just to make a comment on the first 1,000 days and then the second 1,000 days?
Yeah. So I want to emphasize just a couple of points here. That while much of the data that we presented today was building on the next 1,000 days, was about the next 1,000 days, that you absolutely need to begin at conception or even preconception care. So you need to take a life course approach. There needs to be adequate maternal nutrition, adequate attention to maternal mental health, adequate attention to birth spacing, in order for having a healthy pregnancy and starting that story well. We need to ensure that those inputs for caregivers and children are continuing throughout the first 1,000 days to age 2, because that's what establishes that foundation. That's what establishes the trajectory for healthy growth and development. But what we want to say is that then children are exposed to new environments. As they go from 3 to 4 to 5, we need to be ensuring that we're mitigating risks to what they might be exposed to in those preschool years. So even if they make great gains in the first 2 years of life, if they don't have access to early childhood education, those gains start to fade away. We need to make sure that we continue to build on those investments. So that's really what the whole story is about. I also just want to, and I think, Sana, you'll be able to pick up on the cultural identity piece, but the piece about screens and media, we know that good educational media can be beneficial to children's learning outcomes. And we know that screens are a reality. The American Pediatrics Association and other associations around the world say that there should be no screens in the first 2 years of life. I happen to think that that's unrealistic in today's world. And so what we're trying to come up with is recommendations that are more pragmatic, more realistic. And this includes guidelines such as the Healthy Movements Behavior Guidelines from the World Health Organization. But some of the guidelines we think about for screen time use is to ensure that young children are watching with a caregiver. It might be an older sibling, it might be a parent or a grandparent, but someone they can go back and forth with so that when they ask a question, when they respond, that to something that they're seeing, there is someone to engage with them. Secondly, good screen programs, good educational programs have less flash, less color. They focus on what the child needs to focus on. There's less distraction, so they focus on the learning goals of that media. And thirdly, the good programs, the good screen time educational programs are those that connect the virtual world and the real world. And the final point, which is where I think Sana will be better placed to answer, is really they reflect the cultural identity of the child. If the child can't see themselves or their family in their media, whether it's storybooks, whether it's screen times, that becomes problematic.
Definitely. I'm sure you're all aware with the mismatch in context and what children are exposed to through the screens. And so for part of the parent engagement process would include how to help parents be aware of how to be safe around screen time. And as Aisha had mentioned, we cannot go without screen. We are moving towards a world that is embracing AI, embracing, further technologies, and this is not likely to regress back to less AI, less technology. So we as parents need to be more prepared, and how can we utilize this medium to benefit our children? Screen time is good. It's just indicators of good screen time is what are the children watching? How long do they spend on the screen? What are they learning? How much do parents know about screens that, programs that are available to children? So these are some of the details that we need to think about when integrating screen time technology and AI into parenting programs and so forth. But to remove technology from children, this is the age of technology, so it will be impossible.
Thank you. Yes, the Honourable Minister from Solomons. PS, the Permanent Secretary from Solomons. My apologies.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you for the beautiful and presentation. I just wonder, many of our children in the Pacific region do not come from a holy matrimony or proper marriage. They do come from early teenage pregnancy, unwanted pregnancy. And these are the children who do not have proper love, proper care. They are prone to stunting, infection, injury. I would like to know what is your advice with this with regards to these children who are born within, unwanted, as well as no parents, and maybe community too also rejects them. We are saying it takes a whole village to raise up a child, but in this context, no. Thank you.
Thank you, from the Permanent Secretary from Solomon Islands. Would you like to?
Yes, so I think that when we think about parenting programs, we need to think about a suite of programs that go from universal to more targeted programs that meet the needs of individual families, individual circumstances. And there are certainly very good examples around the world of parenting programs that target and support adolescent parents and really build a system of support around those parents so that they feel that they themselves are supported, so that their child can be supported. And I think it's really important that there is a danger in any context, whether it's the US or whether it's in Pakistan, which is a region or a country that I do much of my work in, that we can tend to almost have a stigma associated with parenting programs, that these programs are needed for those families or those parents. And that's why I think it's really important to have a suite of parenting programs where you have universal programs to say, parenting is really hard. Everyone's just doing their best, and everyone needs a little support, through to younger parents that might need additional support. It might be parents that are experiencing clinical depression that might need additional support. So how do we identify which families, which children need those additional supports? Then we're able to stack those additional layers into the basic universal programs that we are able to roll out.
Thank you, Professor. I think, yes, Honourable Minister from Marshall Islands, and this will be the last comment for this afternoon.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you guys for the amazing presentation. Can I get that in an email? Because it's going to take me 2 or 3 days to process all that. But my question is, in lines with what the good minister talked about in educating access to good food, or healthy food. What about like islands like the Marshall Islands, where 90% of the food is imported and it's so expensive, right? How do you educate parents to invest a little bit more of money that they don't have? Because it's cheaper to buy a bag of rice, or I'm sorry, not rice, but noodles, ramen noodles, than it is to buy like apples and oranges. So how do we educate parents to invest a little bit more for the future of their kids? How do we do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
So I will be honest and say that I don't have a good answer for that question. I think it's an incredibly complicated situation. And I do think it's important to think about what is going to be working for this region in terms of the specific context here.
Thank you. I have a hand that's been raised from behind the table here, and so I will allow maybe 2 questions or 3 questions from those delegates in the back. So can you please pass the microphone to our member from Tonga, please?
Thank you, moderator. This is not a question, but a reflection on what I've been hearing. And something that triggered today about the Pacific Islands and their culture, their faith, and their tradition. And it sort of comes to me that while we talk about parents caring for the kids, it is very important to also teach our parents. And why I'm referring to this, because where I work, we used to visit the prisons where we have our kids and our youth there. And come out from the prisons, the message that our people, our island people, we are so much full of anger, and how we influence our kids at home, sometimes to the extreme, they end up at that place, which is very sad because you hear the news from New Zealand and Australia, our youth there ending up in those institutions are very much filled with murderous anger that makes them kill. So I'm talking along that line in the sense that we grew up, and we also, the Pacific Island people, no offense, but we do also have temper. And I think that's something that we need to watch out for when we discipline our kids. We need to have anger management course too. And not only that, but I think in the sense of we all talk about our faith. We pray before we have our breakfast. We pray before lunch. We pray before dinner. But I think that's something else that we need to look at in terms of application to be, aligned. So at the end of the day, we have the result from the police, the criminals are reducing. And also in terms of our students fighting, we see the influence of parents there. So I think in terms of solutions to parenting care and all that, I think there should be courses, ECE for parents, not taking care of the kids, but I think we need to focus on on us first before we take care of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if my wife were here, she would be looking directly at me and say, you should take that course that she's talking about. because she recognizes that with all the children in Samoa, I have the patience of Job, but with my own 3 kids, I'm ready to throw someone outside. So thank you for that reminder that prayer must go together with action, and especially, patience and temperament. And you're absolutely right. And I'm sure my wife would love you to death. Is there any other comments? I saw a couple of hands in the back there. Yeah, Chris from Solomon Islands, the PS for Education.
Thanks, Chair. Also, thanks to the presentation, some general observations, especially in trying to connect what is developed outside and to ourselves. We've got some global goals and strategies which are somehow aligned to the different regional, if we are to say, Asia and Pacific. And for the Pacific, we've got the 2050 Blue Strategy. Hence, if we are to go down further to my country, we've got the National Development Strategy there. Then it has to go down to the different provinces that we've got. Then further to the communities, to the family, which is the simplest organization, and then to me as an individual father in the family. Are these goals and strategies aligned from there down to me as an individual? Otherwise, we are talking ECD, ECE here, but that cannot work because all those, whatever developed outside, they are not aligned to my personal goals and strategies. It has to be aligned. Otherwise, I can talk here supporting. When trying to practice it at my own home as a father, it's opposite. So it's trying to connect what is outside to me as a person. Similarly, to my wife. She has to also align. Otherwise, we will be conflicting, trying to get something. So whatever done, wherever, there should be some connections to us as individuals. If not, then we can talk here and there. It won't work. So there should be some personal alignments of the goals, objectives, and strategies to whatever about. So how should planning be done? It's me planning for myself as an individual, connecting it to my partner, and also to my children, and then somehow connecting it up to the community where I am in. Similarly, there should be a connection up to another level. Then further up to the national level, to that region, Pacific, the Blue Strategy, and then further out to the SDGs. That's how I see it, trying to connect. If not, we are going to talk ECD here when there are no personal convictions for me here in this meeting. Similarly, at home, where the practice should be. Sorry, we will be talking and talking, nothing will happen. Also, another point on programs and projects coming to the different countries. I don't know, but for us, the way I see some of the programs and projects coming, when they are developed, initially, you will see the theory of change does have all those connections up to the end. But when some activities are developed, they are not connected to the outcomes and impacts. That is where the issue arises. Because if we are to only focus on the output, for example, the number of books to be developed, but they are not somehow getting the result that is expected, we will have a lot of books which are not used in the system. If there is something to do with training, the output will be the number of teachers or whatever who are trained. But does it have the quality so that that training is somehow used by the teachers to influence the students? So it's good that when programs and projects come, when the activities are developed, they should be somehow connected again to the initial developed project or a program or project, so that those, the way I see activities developed, they just end up at the output. Number of books, number of trainings. But are they of the quality that is expected? Because that is where the outcome and the impact will be. For Solomon Islands, there are some of the programs and projects, and I sometimes comment, oh, it should go this way. So that we try to solve or resolve and stop what has been, raised last time and still be an issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for contextualizing the importance of contextualizing and localizing. There is a hand of the gentleman right at the back there in front of the Marshall Islands flag, and that will be our last comment.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the presenters for the very informative presentation. My name is Jun. I'm with UNICEF Pacific. I just want to update the forum that UNICEF is working with governments of Samoa and Fiji in conducting an economic analysis on the costs of inaction in ECD, which the presenters mentioned in the presentation at global level, the evidence at global level. We are doing it here at country level so that we will be able to say, due to inaction in ECD, it is costing Fiji X% of GDP and Y% in Samoa, for example. And we hope with that piece of country-specific evidence, we can better inform the policy discussions and the policy making in ECD in the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, that's a very nice segue into me because I'm one of the researchers doing that research. My name is Simon Hulby, senior economist at Cornerstone Economic Research, and my question is related to research as someone in academia. Obviously, there's a huge emphasis globally now on evidence-based policy making, and it was quite alarming. But this is something that we do see in the literature. It's quite alarming that I think you said only 5% of the program evaluations that have been conducted sort of emanate from the global majority, the global south, whatever we want to call it. And there's obviously a vicious cycle of most of the evidence comes out of the global north of these Western countries, and therefore that gets more legitimized. So my first question would be, how do we get funding for, and how do we get research from the global south published? And secondly, another thing is a lot of the measurement tools that sort of we use to measure progress and measure childhood development are also developed in these countries and in these contexts. And there's been a lot of talk today about needing things to be interventions and those kinds of things to be context specific, but surely the same ought to apply to our measurement tools as well. And how do we adapt existing measurement tools to reflect the realities in, not just in the Pacific, in sub-Saharan Africa, in South Asia, in sort of other contexts where these tools weren't developed?
Thank you for your question, Professor.
So I have a few things. I know we're running out of time, so how much time do I have?
I'll give you 3 minutes to answer.
3 minutes? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to say that to the, I'm forgetting the name of yes. Your comments were like music to my ears. Theory of change is everything. But what we do know from evidence is that when theories of change are co-created, or when they're understood by the frontline workers and families, that's when you're more likely to see higher quality implementation and more likelihood of better outcomes for children or for caregivers. And just to give you one brief example of that, in Ghana, there was heavy investment in both primary education and early childhood education. And one of the things that they found was that when families were engaged, the benefits seemed to be reduced. They were negative. And they realized that that's because there was not enough work done prior to the rollout to align the family's values and expectations with the education system's values and expectations. So that co-creation and the alignment of values and expectations across families, communities, and schools and other systems are really critical. In terms of, it's really exciting to hear much about the work on the analysis of budgets. In terms of research, there is progress being made in how we measure not only children's development, so we now have more tools that are available that are truly global and that they're open access and that have been robustly analyzed and developed through partnership from different regions. So the World Health Organization's Global Scales for Early Development, which looks at child development from birth through to 5, including population measures in the first 2 years of life, is critical. The ECDI 2030 from UNICEF is another one that's globally used. And many of the measures that we're now developing and we're now seeing in the literature, like how you measure responsive interactions, are actually tools that have been developed in the Global South and are being replicated and adapted from South to South partnerships. So I'm happy to share examples of those tools. But investment really depends on, I should not be hired to do work in the Pacific. I am always going to be happy to support, but it's got to be investments in researchers, in academic institutions here. And that's when you're going to see, I think, the key change.
Thank you. Well, I think we've come to the end of this session, and this has been a lot to digest. And I know that the presentations will be emailed to all of our delegates here this afternoon. Can you all join me in thanking our presenters, Professor Aisha and Swana, for a fantastic presentation. But may I ask you to please come to the front on the stage, because you are part of the next session as well. And I would like to call on Felipe Chitoko of PACREF, and who will be leading us in the next session, which will not be too long. Felipe Fatmanmode. While we're waiting, may I just remind you, please, for our HODs who are interested in taking part in the summit, could you please let our team know of who is wanting to go, so that we will make sure that the vehicles will be ready upon the completion of this program, and then we can go directly to the Tate building for the ECD summit that's currently taking place. So to all of our ladies who are wearing the green uniform with the peach, please inform them, and then we will go on from there. Thank you, and we now present to Felipe Aftai.
Thank you, Chris. Honorable ministers and delegates, the next session, as Chris has mentioned, it's a very short session, and it's going to be the launch of a review that has been commissioned by UNICEF. And we wish to thank our presenters today, and from the start of the work to try and create awareness and convert our political leaders to, towards early childhood education in the Pacific. One of the first things that we thought was going to be convincing was to bring in global research in the fields of neuroscience and also in child psychology and economics to try and convince our political leaders in terms of policy directions and enabling policies, and also in terms of resourcing of this very important sector of our education systems. And I think from the inception now, we have seen a lot of progress, and thanks to our ministers, honorable ministers, our leaders, of the great commitment towards early childhood education development in the Pacific. So this afternoon, we thank our presenters, and thank you, UNICEF, for continuing to provide that important work in the Pacific on the development of early childhood education. We have a review, we have a development that was commissioned by UNICEF on the early childhood education curriculum development, a framework to guide our various countries' education systems in terms of developing national ECE curriculums. And that was completed, and a review was done recently, and the review was completed, and the participation of all your countries were critical and important towards the ensuring of the review is reflective of the situations and the context of our various education systems. So just by way of background, the review was designed to advance Regional Good 2 of the PECREF program, which is regional knowledge and frameworks to support the review and development of ECE curriculum, pedagogy, assessments, and resources to ensure they are culturally grounded, learner-centered, and inclusive. That is the statement for Regional Good 2 of the PECREF program. And also the review was initiated following the call for alignment and knowledge sharing amongst our countries. In terms of the review results, there was an important goal of the review was for countries to come together and share their experiences and knowledge so that we continue to learn from one another, which is an important component of the PECREF program, and which we now have a Melanesian term for it, the Wan Solwara, and that is an important component of implementing the PECREF program, where we learn from one another through the Wan Solwara platform. So some of the, what does the review seeks to do? Firstly, facilitating cross-country learning and collaboration. For us in the region, the PECREF program is guided by by one of the principles of our leaders, which is regionalism, and that is we work together, not only for our individual benefits, but for our collective benefits as well, as we share the same ocean. We all coexist together, and therefore we should learn from one another and support each other. It is also to enable countries to draw from shared experiences and practices to improve their own education strategies. And one of the important things about the PECREF program is that we plan together, we work together, and let us move forward together, leaving no country behind, and sharing our institutions. We share our resources, and we share whatever we have. It was also designed specifically to inform the development of Pacific, and also in terms of national notions of school readiness which is an important part of ECE development, is to make our children become school ready when they enter formal schooling. So that is by way of background, honorable ministers, and this is a very important report that is part of the regional good for PACREF. And to do the honor of launching the report, I would like to call upon three of your minister colleagues, if they could come forward to the stage. And if I could invite the Honorable Minister from FSM, Honorable Gardenia, the Honorable Minister from Fiji, Honorable Randonro, and the Honorable Minister from Tuvalu. If I could invite you to the stage, please, to do the launch on behalf of your colleague ministers. If I can ask one of our UNICEF colleagues to come and do the launch. I believe we have some reports that are in the basket. Mr. Sandipan. He has the reports in the basket which yeah. So if the ministers can pick up the reports, one bundle each. So with those unveiling of the reports, they have shown to us, they have launched, and I would like to invite each of the ministers to say a few words on behalf of their education work in early childhood.
Thank you, Mr. Chitoko. First of all, I'd like to thank the PACREF for the study that has been undertaken regarding our regional ministries of education commitment to ECD. I think this report would only help us commit to the cause in trying to improve ECD development in our respective countries. And as for Fiji, I've had a glance of the country report for Fiji. There's a few areas that we need to address, especially goal number 3, trying to identify who is the lead ministry. As you can notice that today we are 3 ministers from the that is in charge in all this development for ECD. I hope that this is something that we will work towards to ensure that we adhere and identify who is the lead ministry in the ECD development. For Fiji, ladies and gentlemen, we have done a lot having an ECD policy, but we still have a lot more to do to achieve what we set out to do in our Ministry of Education strategy and also our National Development Policy for 2025 to 2030. Now, I'll leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow advocates for education, it is a great honor to be part of this milestone event. Today, we embark on a significant journey that will shape the future of early childhood education in the Pacific region. This is a groundbreaking initiative that brings together nations, experts, and stakeholders to reimagine and revitalize the foundation of our education system. Early childhood education lays the building blocks for lifetime learning, socialization, and growth. It is in these formative years that we instill values, skills, and habits that will determine the trajectory of our children's future. As we launch this review, we acknowledge the diversity and unique context of our Pacific Island nations. We also recognize the shared commitment to providing high-quality education that unleashes the full potential of our children, regardless of their background, culture, or socio-economic status. This review is not just about evaluating what we have, but about envisioning what we can become. It's about creating a platform for inclusive, equitable, and quality education that prepares our children to thrive in an ever-changing world. I invite you to join us on this transformative journey as we work together to shape the future of early childhood education in the Pacific region. Let us seize this opportunity to make a lasting impact on the lives of our children, our communities, and our region as a whole. Thank you. Faf Tailas.
Thank you.
And it is an honor for me to be part of this launching of the early childhood education curriculum. For us in the FSM, a lot of work have been put into the development of the curriculum for FSM, and I want to thank UNICEF for their support throughout this time we have been working on the early childhood education program for FSM. We've done the establishing standards, training teachers, the master plan, and planning for school repairs, all of these under the early childhood education program, which we are supported by the UNICEF. And it's an honor to be here and to be part of this launching of this curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers. Can I invite Anna from UNICEF and MFET colleague to come on the stage? They are very important to the launch, and I just seem to forgot. My apologies. So would MFET want to say a few words?
Thank you. I thought I was off the hook. Tēnā koutou katoa, talofa lava. It's an honour to be up here with honourable ministers. New Zealand welcomes this review, and I had a quick look at it earlier today, and I really admire the goal of strengthening alignment and sharing collaboration and learning across Pacific countries, especially after the hearings, the findings that we've just heard on the research and around how important quality of delivery of ECE is, and that's really driven by a strong curriculum, as we've learnt in New Zealand ourselves. So, yeah, we're just and really interested to see the strong findings around the importance of Pacific languages and cultures, but also inclusion and equity. So we welcome those findings, and we're really proud to have been able to support this report, and well done to the PACREF and UNICEF team. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Anna, if you wish to say a few words, otherwise...
Maybe I can just say briefly, esteemed ministers and colleagues and friends of ECD, it's really our honor and our pleasure to have supported this process, and really that was our role, was to support this process that was really led by all of you and the ECE focal points in your countries, and by the ministers of education who called for regional collaboration for early childhood education. UNICEF has been supporting early childhood education in the Pacific for a long time, and there's been over time this beautiful increase in investment and government engagement in early childhood education systems as they transformed from entirely community-led initiatives to those with increasing government engagement, while still maintaining that beautiful community-based approach. And even as many countries saw ECE access improve, then countries started to come to us with the next round. How do we address quality? And indeed, curriculum is part of what that quality means. And yet to make quality real, it has to be relevant. And so we saw a value in responding to the call under PACREF to really look at what Pacific countries were already doing in your ECE curricula, and what good practices you could share with other countries as they were looking to review their curricula, but also where there might be common challenges or common doubts that would then provoke additional regional action in terms of addressing those. So with this as one part of making quality early childhood education possible across the Pacific, this is one humble addition. And then, of course, all of that is as part of the broader early childhood development vision that we see under PRC for ECD and the Pacific, a call to action. So with that, I'll just close, and thank you very much. Naka.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, honorable ministers. The hard work has been done, the review of the curriculum framework. Now the real work starts. The real work starts where the implementing agencies of PACREF would like to come down to your ministries, support you in terms of reforming or revising your own national ECE policies. So that is the next phase of the program, and we look forward to your support, and thank you for your launching the framework today, so the team is ready to come down to your own systems and to help you review and improve and develop early childhood. Nahwali. I think we're supposed to have a photograph of the launch. Do we have a photographer or UNICEF? All right. Thank you, honorable ministers. That's the end of the launch.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, your excellencies, and all who are here this afternoon. That brings us to the end of day one of our ECD forum. And there are a few housekeeping matters that I would like to bring forward for your attention. Will all the honorable ministers who will be traveling who want to take part, please meet us at the foyer, and the cars will be already there to transport you to the Tate Conference Center, where the Pacific ECD Summit is currently taking place. a kind reminder, please, to the steering committee, as was the terms of reference that was given to us by the PRC for ECD. We're humbly asking that there are 2 representatives from each of our delegations, most preferably that of a permanent secretary or CEO of the respected ministries, to be part of this steering committee meeting that will take place immediately after this meeting in the room next door. Please, a reminder for all of us that we would like representation for this important meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretariat is also asking a copy of the country reports and that of our partner reports. If you haven't already done so, please see Danielle. Danielle, can you just raise your hand? Yeah, there you go. And then please make sure that Danielle gets a copy of your country report and your our partner report as well. For those of you who are participants who are UNICEF funded and who may not have collected their DSAs, Western Union will be available tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Business Center, which is just outside, to issue applicable DSAs. So it is advised that you please bring your passport with you. And also for the same group, UNICEF-funded guests, please see Karen outside at the registration desk to collect your wristbands. This is for the dinner tonight. Also a kind reminder for our ministers that there is a special lunch tomorrow for the ministers. So please just be reminded of that, that there will be a special lunch for the ministers and that will take place tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure being your MC this the first day. I humbly apologize if I have said something that may have offended anyone or it may not have sounded politically correct, but please accept my sincere apologies. But the aim here was to ensure that we follow time. And I must say I am very appreciative of the fact we stuck to the time, and so far, let's keep it going for the next 2 days moving forward. With that, I have purposely asked this individual to lead us in the prayer. The Honorable Minister, with all due respect to his position, he is now a Samoan Matai. During Chokum, what happened during Chokum is that many of all the different countries were hosted and were adopted by a village. And many of the delegations wanted to go back and visit their village. And when they visited the village gave them a Matai title. So the Honorable Minister from Tuvalu was adopted by Satui Malufilufi, which is a village right at the far west corner of coast of Upolu, this main island. And he was bestowed the title Oleulwa Ipo Malo. And for those of us Samoans, that's quite a deep meaning, Ulwa Ipo, because the Poa is talking about the posts that are inside the Samoan Fale. And the Fale has, it specifies where people should sit of different rank. But this particular Matai title, to be saying the Ulwa Ipo o Malo, simply means you are the original. You are the original person that has been given this Matai title by the village of Satui Malufilufi. So, Ilawa Fionga Ulwa Ipo o Malo, the Honorable Minister of Education from Tuvalu. With all due respect, when you're in Samoa, we now talk to you in your Samoan title, Ulwa Ipo. So may I ask the Honorable Minister to lead us in a closing prayer to end today, day one. Whaftai.
Whaftai, let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear God, we come before you with gratitude for the opportunity to gather together today to discuss the crucial topic of early childhood development. We thank you for the wealth of knowledge and experiences shared and for the passion and commitment of our delegates. As we close this first day of our conference, we ask that you grant us wisdom, guidance, and energy to continue our deliberations tomorrow. Help us to remain focused on our goal of creating a brighter future for our children and empower us to work together to make a positive impact in our region. May our discussion be fruitful, our collaborations be meaningful, and our decisions be inspired by your divine guidance. We pray for your blessing and protection on our conference and for your continued guidance as we strive to make a difference in the lives of our children. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, that closes our meeting for today. There is afternoon tea served outside. Please, members of the steering committee, get your cup of coffee, and we will meet you in the room next door. Thank you.